Hey there. Hi. Alright, we're starting... we started, like, an hour earlier, just in case, like, I want to test out, like, how viable it is to start an hour earlier if I need to, in some cases. I mean, I've done it before, to be fair. No. That was when I that was when I streamed, like, an hour later than my usual time. I mean, I started an hour earlier. Oh, what's up? What'd you do? What's up? What's up? But yeah, what's the word? Just in case this case goes on for like 6 hours plus, just in case. I don't think it will, but just in case. And like, be your friend using Ting Dangle. Nice. Get that flip deck going. Let's go. Only took 2 months. Was worth the wait. Was worth the wait. It's nice, like, yeah, when you use, like, your, I guess, like, pet deck, I guess it's called, and, like, you get something out of it, finally. The score is finally 1 to 13. Worth it. The one win is glorious. The one win was glorious, at least. Alright. Yeah, so I don't think this case will take, like, 8 hours long. We're like halfway through it already. So we'll see. The deck is so bad. Somehow it works out. Like, did they brick or something? Did your friend like brick? Or like, did they get like some really terrible hand? Or like, was it like not fully down to luck? Like it was like, it did work out the way you want it to work out. And not just like they bricked and it's like, oh, pain. But yeah, how's it going? Words. But yeah, because like, I am looking at like I do look at the estimated time for like, not estimated, but like, starting a bunch of Crawler, Shadow, and Subterra. Ah, I see. Like, just playing like, lots of flip stuff in the first, like, it's pretty much a flip deck. Pretty much, like, a flip deck, pretty much. I see. See, Negoni's 3 other types actually work. Ah, I see. I know there's like penguins as well that are flip deck as well, but I don't know how compatible penguins are. I don't think they are, no, because they limit your special summons, don't they, or something like that. You're pretty much locked to water monsters, I think, from what I vaguely seen. I think, yeah, penguins aren't dark, yeah. I see. Oh right, yeah, because Crawler should. I see. Yeah. It works out then, yeah. Dark. I see. Works out. But yeah, like I think I saw like this case estimated like around 8 hours long. This case apparently, but like we're only halfway through, and like apparently like the first half should have been 3 hours. Well, 3 hours and a half ish. So yeah, next you're building generator. Ah, okay, I see. We got some of the new support for generator. At least, yeah. And then zombie. Zombie world just like wrecks a bunch of decks potentially. Like, and even then, at least zombie, you have the structure deck as a base point to work off. Generator. What was alongside it? Kaiju? Was it generator plus kaiju for the pack that they're in? I think it was. Oh, Subterra. Subterra. Kaiju was with. Oh, Kaiju is with dangers. That's it. Alright, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So you already had the Subterra stuff, I guess. So you already have a bit of the generators. Now it's just mostly the new ones that came out that you might put in. I see. I'm still like, what's it called? I have 2,000 gems right now. I'm gonna finish Labyrinth, and then we'll see where I go with that one. Like, I still have like a half live twin deck, but like without any of the extra additions outside live twin, like say either Sprite or Springan. So I don't know where we'll go with that one. I'm waiting for Trouble Sunny to come back in a pack to see if it has any more support, or if there's like the alternate artwork for Subterra for Live Twin. I don't know if they'll add it though. Have you considered an MH Iceborne stream? Not yet. No, I don't even have Iceborne. It's 70% off. I see. I think it's more like the grind for that game is like. I don't think so just yet. I don't think so just yet. Cause I know because the game is like really grindy. I guess there are mods for no grind. Oh yeah, I see. Not sure yet. Unless I'm saving up right now for like other stuff that might come out. I'm saving up just in case for other stuff that's coming out soon. Like Grand Blue Versus is coming out. I don't know when, sometime. And then Grand Blue Relink. I think it should be like either end of this year or early next year if they delay it again. But yeah, I'm saving up right now for some other releases. Right now. And also to see if there's any other... Yeah, I'm saving up right now. Did you beat Iceborne main story 2 years ago? I put on... I see. Is that fine, or do you play offline? You don't play with a... You did that... You did that without a party, rather. You did it, like, offline. Also, I saw Capcom is like... Oh, offline, okay, yeah. I saw Capcom was teasing something like... I heard something about they're going to release something for 2020... For, like, next year. That's going to sell millions, apparently. They're teasing something that... So either... We don't know whether it's something that's, like, a new MH, or if it's going to be, like... I don't know. A revival of an old franchise. We don't know yet. I saw something that Capcom is teasing. Oh yeah, there's Dragon's Dogma 2 that's coming out. I forgot when. We don't have a date yet. Code Vein 2, that's Bandai Namco. I don't think that's not Capcom, I think. That's Bandai Namco. So we don't Bandai Namco has let me see. What are they coming out with soon? What are they coming out with? I know I saw a list. Hold on. This coming year... Oh yeah, they have that Dragon Ball Z game coming who knows when. They have that Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi game coming out whenever. We don't know when. Right, Blue Protocol, that MMO RPG that's coming, gosh knows. Well, it's come out in Japan, but not everywhere else yet. And it's like there's still got stuff to fix up with it. Oh, Armored Core. Oh right, Armored Core. They got that with From Software. From Software with Armored Core. Tekken 8. Oh yeah, Tekken's coming soon. And they, yeah, nothing. Oh, no, right. I was thinking of like the Fate Samurai game. That's gonna be that's Koei Tecmo. But Budokai Tenkaichi 3 was good. Yeah. It's like I was really into Dragon Ball Z when I was young. Like I was really into it when I was young. Like I mentioned last time, like Legacy of Goku 2 was my first proper Dragon Ball Z game, and then I was really into it years ago. But I found like Budokai 3 like used by luck, and then it's like, and then I got like Tenkaichi 2, then Tenkaichi 3, and then I fell off around. I stopped playing the games like religiously with Raging Blast. Was it? Not the 3D one. Is it Raging Blast? Yeah, Raging Blast 1. That's the last one I really played that was a Dragon Ball Z game, really. Yeah. But yeah, people are really looking forward to the Tenkaichi game. It's like just like just casual arena fighter style compared to like, I guess Xenoverse is like really different. Like it's more RPG-ish, not as like beat 'em up kind of style, is it? And while obviously Fighter Z is more of a hardcore fighter style versus like arena fighters. And also like people just love like having the massive cast of characters. Like I played like what's it called? I use like some of like the weaker ones sometimes, like what's his name, Nam from Dragon Ball, and like some of the other like minor characters and stuff like that, and like Hercule, of course. But yeah, all right, we'll see when that comes out. But yeah, I haven't really played a Dragon Ball Z game, and even like I think it's because like also like the game's like what's it called? We go through like the Cell Saga, Frieza Saga, Saiyan Saga every single time. It's like I know what's going on, and it's like, bruh, we've been through this like gosh knows how many times. But I guess to be fair, like they all do that. To be honest, like there's more like the what if scenarios that were fun, I guess, for me, and also like when they just, I guess like back when they made it more spectacular as well, like to look at. But yeah, all right, let's get to this now. We're like part way through the investigation, but we still have a fair bit to go through. Prison, no reason. Experimentation stays to spells in the forensic lab. I guess let's go in order going down. I don't think. Well, I mean, we have to go back to prison. It seems we're not done. We're not fully done yet with Hairbrain. So we'll go back to. Actually, let's visit the lab. Let's visit the lab. Let's visit the lab. Forensics laboratory. I believe this is it. Dr. Sife's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here, but we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Sato. We could have a look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Okay, I guess it's like, yeah, we come back here in the future then. They tend to do that. Like, you can come here, but then it's like, if there's no one to talk to, it means come back later. But it looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Naruhodo. I was afraid you were gonna say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yeah, I think perhaps we're wise to put something like that Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Look at this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all of them for? I imagine, like, what's it called? With, we'll be seeing... oh, okay. With, what's her face? Scythe. She's gonna be throwing scalpels at us. Just, like, throwing knives. You look really cool, though. She looks really cool. Sorry, we Had something meant to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So, you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So, we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Anything else to look around while we're here? A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open in the desk does make me wonder though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Ha! Are these brains? Those large jars seem to have a pale thing floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Father had jars like that in his lab as well. I expect they're human organs in preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Mr. Zato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh. So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Alright. Yeah, let's talk to you then. Your findings. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene. The victim, Mr. O.D. Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. Oh. Okay. So it wasn't... Well, assuming they're correct, of course. That's their conclusion. The victim who disappeared from the stage... So yeah. It's not a body double. Or like a fake body. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who look very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person has switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Oh, okay. We got fingerprints now. Good. Fingerprints. We're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. So they could be wrong. It's a trick, yeah. It's still, we know like the engineer Enoch Kepler was a trickster. Instant kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Yeah, I think it's like an actual... I think it is the wax model. It has to be a wax model. Oh, nice mask. Okay, your mama, what's this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello, to meet you. Pleased to meet you? Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Reno's gonna hurt Mama? Yes. Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear. Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Alright, anything else to see? Guess not. Alright. Let's go to the stage then. And then we'll check on the waxwork later. 23rd October, the Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower. Bad sleep, or do you also get a ghost on the second floor? What do you mean by bad sleep? Well, what's it called? I'm doing this early just in case, like, it takes a long time, and it's just to test out how I feel. But admittedly, like, I was pretty rushed. I don't think I had a ghost, no. Like, my sleep was actually alright. It's just like, how to say, you know when you have... Overtime is after work, not before. Ha! Ha! But yeah. I know, I slept alright. Like, you know when you have, like, dreams, and it's like, you want to find out... You wake up partway through, and so you want to, like, find out what happens next in that dream. I had that today, and it's like, so it's not the most peaceful sleep, I guess. It's not like a nightmare, but like, it's like one of those dreams that you want to find out more, but it's like you try to go back to sleep, so you eventually do, but like, you don't really dream anything by that point. I had no idea there are so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Are you being forced to this against your will? Blink in rapid succession for yes. No, I didn't mean to blink. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I didn't mean to blink. I didn't mean to blink. Yeah. I'm fine. It's fine. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. We get it. Ha. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, that's cute. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual today. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. Well, what's it for the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. Oh, she has a dog now. Aw. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yup, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? Oh, are you gonna retire? Oh, I'm being transferred. Time for me to say toodaloo to London. Ah. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Oh yeah, Gregson was mentioned as well in the Morse code. So what, is he gonna get killed? Or like, he's gonna be taken away for safety? Where are you gonna be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. Okay, France. To France. I'll be working in Paris Police Prefecture. To be right up in my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. Oh, you're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her? Oh, he does care about her. He does care. I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her pants into people's pockets and purses. Aw. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Miss Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, okay. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all of this is over, at least. Okay, yeah. There's something happening. Oi, did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrange's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Aw. Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yeah, the dog does seem lovely. But it's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Yeah, like, we heard his name was in the Morse code, so either there's like something like they plan on killing, like, what's it called? Giselle Brett, or whatever. I forgot her real name. Like, they mentioned that she was using a fake name all along, but I forgot her real one. Something Sin, A Sin or something. Is dead now. Kazuma is suspicious. Obviously Wilson is dead, and Gregson's alive at least for now. So, investigating the scene. Gina, we were actually hoping we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't get up there, Suze. Oh? It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed in that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it. The special... act. Whatever. It's a mouthful to say. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? Forensic investigation team? Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't the case the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or some other I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? Oh, okay. We already... Oh, I see, because we already did that already. Okay, good thing we went to Strongheart first. Good thing we went with him first. I see. That's why like the thing like transformed right away. I see. No, sure you're quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching his time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back snivelling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly? Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Today's trial. It was great, wasn't it? I had a riot laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. Fair. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, all those made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. Ha! It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Naruhodo's client. Yeah, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. Ah. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and Mo. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber? That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. To be fair, like, yeah, like, what's it called? Like, I could eat fried food like way back in the years, but like having too much of that now is like, I do feel it in my gut. Like, it's like buffet food. Like, I have my limits now, which sucks, but. Engineer's whereabouts. So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Enoch Drebber. I don't know if they had any luck. He's really fine looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses or that blood red plonk. Yeah. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always at it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a good boss, if as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. Ha! I suppose you're right. And I hadn't thought of it like that. Now we put that one to bed. Leave 29, leave 22-8 alone. This is waiting for you, and I was promised a Prey stream in October. Ha! Ha! I do have Prey for free, so I might do that for like October. Like, I do try to play some horror games in October. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. The point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Toby the dog. I did say I do when I get on my paycheck, but I didn't turn it in the Limbus or yesterday's stream. Also, it wasn't paid, but you know, a promise is a promise. Ah, it's so good. 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 Yeah, don't worry about it. Thanks. Thank you. I forgot you mentioned that, honestly. But yeah, it's all good. Cheers. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flaming rude, although. Slight overreaction, don't you think? Gunpoint, save your breath. Ha! He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's, how'd you put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective, yeah. Sorry? I'd give him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they've already been used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a very good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Bit weird, Bit weird, Renosuke. Ha, that's nothing compared to this little fella, although. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby Ears got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? That's the thing that surprises you? Most people I've met can do that, Renosuke. Actually, good. To be fair, good point. Like, fresh ones that aren't worn versus ones that have worn. I guess that makes... I guess, to be fair, yeah. There would be a distinct smell. Yeah, don't imagine that. But yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, I think you have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I guess we're gonna maybe track down... Oh, the oil. Maybe the oil then. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Yeah, now dogs are used to, like, sniff drugs and stuff. I mean, I think there's other uses, but, like, that's the main one, isn't it? Just, like, belongings and stuff. Right, one of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Renosuke, why are you so rude? Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. I think... I guess we give the oil thing to her. For Toby to sniff out. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I know A to E, so if ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? There's a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh right, you mean Toby. Because he wasn't here yesterday, he only saw some magic exhibition you. The whole point of lava being deduced by Shelms. What have I missed apart from Butcher Play Doctor? Okay. Quick summary. Some guy's experiment. Some guy like our. Okay, yeah. Well, you do this. This makes it easier. All right. So this guy is our defendant. He's a scientist guy. And it's like for the murder case, this guy is the guy who died. He's given funding to this guy to like fund his experiment, and like it was showcased at the grand exhibition. But then like this guy ended up dead. But like, and so like part of the case was trying to like disprove that it actually was a legit science experiment, because like apparently the engineer is sus. Okay, this is out of order, but like but like his body like apparently went from one place to another during the experiment. But like we're trying to prove that it was a trick. And then it's like, what's it called? He was trying to like defend his experiment, but then that would have implicated him as the, you know, murderer. But he didn't care because it's like he wants his experiment to be like kept like not under protection or something like that. But then it's like I'm really bad at explaining. Sorry. And then there's also like the whole wax lady thing was like. There's apparently some link that's going on, but we don't know it yet. But yeah, we had the whole wax thing with in Madame Tuspel's, where we find out that one of her like key centerpiece wax model has been stolen, and like there's a £200 ransom for it. But we don't, and also Sholmes is on that case. They might be linked because like Well, at the very least, it links with like Van Zeek's backstory because like 10 years ago there was this like serial killer called the Professor that like made that is chained that killed his brother. I forgot his name, but yeah, they killed his brother. Which then changed this guy for like to like just go become the guy we know now. We don't know, so it links with him, but we don't know how exactly yet. As in, we don't know how this waxwork stuff links with the current case just yet. And also, there's this dude that's Van Zeek's apprentice, and like, there's a good chance that it's Kazuma because they mentioned that we don't ever see Kazuma's body, and like in Japan, Kazuma's body isn't there. Like, his body just vanished. So there's a chance that this guy is Kazuma for some reason. We don't know why or how, but it could be Kazuma. Also, Suzato's back because of the forensic science exhibition stuff happening next month. Super high voltage instantaneous swap. This is good combination in the world. Also, to spells. Emerald to spells. Oh! 2 spells. Oh! I get it now. Spells. Because of the witch appearance. I get it now. Because I know it's a pun. I know it's also a wordplay. Or like a change on Madame Tussauds. Which is like an actual waxworks museum exhibition in Britain. Okay, let me miss the pun here. I missed half the world rocket program Iris made in her living room. Sad. Iris. We don't have that yet, at least. His sense of smell was so good. He can track people over the ocean, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that his oil is unique to Drebber's workshop. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Cub's workshop? That's right. That's actually what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait. When did you... What's a pickpocket? If I can lead everyone to Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Ha. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Alright. Right then, Otto. Leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. Referee can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be you what cuts the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Kazuma's dug underneath Japan and made it to Europe and Susato. Jones, what you got to do that? Because that's suspicious, yeah. Because like, we don't know how. I mean, I guess to be fair, the boat came to Britain anyway, so he could have arrived at the same time as us. But like, yeah. Also, yeah, we found out that the reason why Susato knows about the Hound of Baskervilles is because her father had the manuscript on his desk in Japan. So like, that's why she knows the title for Iris's manuscript. But like, we don't. When she came back to Japan, it was gone. So maybe, maybe Holmes went to get the manuscript from Mikotaba. Maybe we don't know yet. If I was a streamer, that's like 6-month journey. One sec. Alright. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads into the swindler's workshop. I need to drink more water. It feels like I mean, to be fair, I think it's because I'm reading a lot that like my throat feels phlegmy. That sounds maybe TMI. Sorry. But I need to drink more water. One sec. I need to drink some more water. Alright. Water bottle cap closing ASMR part 1 has begun. Ha! I don't know if you can hear me drinking water. Like... I don't know if you can hear that. Because, my mic is like, a bit. Okay. I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm not sick or anything. I think it's because I didn't stream last week. So I need to get I'm getting used to talking again. Well, rather, I'm getting used to like talking a lot when it comes to this game. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. I'm gonna be getting used to talking it. Same. Alright. Anything to see here? There's that. Anything above now that's different? No. Alright, let's go upstairs. These stairs lead to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Oh, it's different. The Great Exhibition Grounds experimentation stage. It looks different now. Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yeah, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrained went in order to obtain the research grant. No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Yeah, sure. Sure, Ryunosuke. Oh, look, is that... Oh, Van Zieks. Lord Van Zieks? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Otto? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do want to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it would have bent her steel will. Alright, let's examine first. There was like... This is the cage. Why is it here now? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed across the air. Through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to Professor Harebrained, it's an enclosement of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderful durable construction, wouldn't you say, Naruhodo? I understand the forensics team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. Suppose he must have brought it back here when he finished her work. The Scourge of the Ottomans, ha. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I just know we were given strict instruction not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. The birdcage has been added to the court record. There's like, what's this? Ribbon thing. No, that's not important. It's just a ribbon. Okay. Nothing really. There's just Van Zieks here. The chains broke, at least. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the there. And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? Oh! Okay. If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from the site. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? That's how we took the blimps down. Ha! We did have a balloon explode. A hydrogen balloon. Well, helium hybrid balloon explode because someone shot a fire arrow at it. Alright, Van Zeeks, what's up? Least approachable man in the world, winner, 10 years in a row. You're in a really... Rinosuke is in a really bad mood, huh? Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant. Stand firm beside you. Lord Van Zeeks? What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear, but I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. There's his theme. I was waiting for that. Where's his theme song? Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On a condition we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Ah. Never mind. State your business. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Naruhodo. You never know until you try. Alright, your brother Clint. So, Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks? You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ugh, you're too kind. I gotta tar old Nipponese with the same brush next. So tell me, what's your interest in a historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxworks by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Oh, you have your own one? Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean... Yeah, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Alright. We don't know the link yet, but apparently, like, this case and the next two cases are all linked together. I guess because of this incident. So, we're really gonna be, like, one continuous thing, for sure. Enoch Drebber. Are the police trying to locate Engineer Drebber already? Surely that goes without saying. We're keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who was straight... Sorry. Who has straight, white hair and wears the black monocle. So, I was wondering... I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but... we'd very much appreciate any clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by its horns. Personal business, personal business. Ha! Fine, why not? Oh! I have a photograph of the man from an investigation 10 years ago. 10 years ago? He's involved with that case as well? But it appears he already had the black monocle at the time. He looks like someone from something. I don't know what. He looks like someone else from something else. He looks cool though. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we can to track him down in a short amount of time. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? Fair. He's not trying to hide things. What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. He's not bad, at least. Photograph of Drebra has been added to the court record. Oh, hi. Ah, the file requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Alright, Susato's getting the chills as well. She's getting the feeling. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Yeah, okay, it's Kazuma. We're really hammering it home. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? I don't understand the little comparison I saw of modern video game graphics with Assassin's Creed Syndicate. What is it? I have Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I haven't played it yet. I want to play it because of its setting. Like, Victorian London was one of my most anticipated settings for an Assassin's Creed game. So I want to play it at some point. I have it. I just never got around to it. But yeah, like Syndicate, it was one of my most anticipated settings for AC games. But yeah, I fell off the franchise after Desmond died. Well, rather the game before it, but I found out he died, and it's like, well, that sucks. I was looking forward to the future setting, but no, future modern day setting. But then, nah, that happens. And then it's like, I don't know, the other settings don't really captivate me. I feel like I like cities, and I'm more city based, like city biased, I guess. So Victorian London probably is the sweet spot, unless it's modern. Maybe I'll play it at some point. Though it'd be funny going from another game set in like London to another game set in London. Ha. I understand a little comparison. Alright, what's up? Your mask? Take it off. Alright, fine. Kazuma-sama. Okay, you're right away telling us who you're right away going right into it. Kazuma. Does he have no memory? Did he lose his... I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence, it can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Or did he lose his memory? I don't know. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered the cloaked figure. Like rubbing the French English and looking at dingy fishing hamlets in tropical humid conditions. I don't know, do you mean like What was it? Black Flag? As if I knew him somehow. Turns out Zeke's really does have dark magic. Yeah, for Black Flag. Like, what's it called? The sea is like a really weird setting for me. Like, deserts and sea. Desert and the sea are like two settings that I have a weird opinion on. Like, it's like barren, I guess. Like, the sea is like one big barren scape. I don't know. I'm weird about the sea when in games. But yeah, like, does Kazuma lose his memory, or let's see, is it amnesia, or does he know? Subnautica again. I mean, that's exactly what I mean. But wait, I mean, it's not barren, of course, but like, it's one of it's like underwater stuff. Too late. What's going on here? All right, let's tell us about Kazuma. What is your interest in my apprentice, exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, like what? The Zeeks don't know is a Japanese guy who's his apprentice, and then he's gonna flip his lid. Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced me to him about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? MTC is boring. A sea of Lovecraft monsters is too strange. Naval combat doesn't intrigue me. Pirates and life of the Caribbean, the day's interesting. Ah, I see. That's your taste. Yeah, I see. That's your taste. I get it. I think Lovecraftian stuff I wouldn't mind myself. Though, what's that game? That game that really took on, like, people really liked? The Depths or something it was called. Like, it was like a fishing game with like Lovecraftian tones to it. Well, rather, it's there, but like it shows up later on. The Depths or something. I think it's a new game that came out like a few months ago, or like 2 months ago, something like that. I see. Yeah, like I'm not into like naval combat myself. I feel like I don't know. I feel like you know the age-old pirates versus ninjas debate. I lean more on the ninja side. The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. He's amnesiac. He's got amnesia. Fine. All right. I agree with the sea thing in deserts. I played AC Origins and empty barren desert is at best becomes a scrim cave exploration fest or town along the Nile. Yeah. I like bustling. I like cities and yeah, I like cities or like bustling areas for games personally. Deserts and underground caves are like I'm not big on myself. And swamps technically swamps as well. I like bustling, I guess. I just like bustling places in games. Or like cities, towns, and whatnot. He has amnesia? Looking for that Slough experience. Ha! I haven't been to Slough. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my... Oh! Okay. Maybe Kazuma's memories will come back to us when he sees us being a lawyer. Maybe Kazuma's memories will come back when he sees us and be like, yo, this guy's my friend. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. Okay, fine. 2v2 now. 2v2. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm not more mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Okay, at least we know he's alive then. I'm looking forward to the case now. I don't think we have too much investigation left to go on. Oh, slow. Like, not Slough. Not, or I think it's pronounced the same thing. Because there's a place called Slough. Slough plus Swamp. So Syndicate plus Witcher Or Mafia if you accept the gun part. Oh, you still? Oh yeah, Drebber. Yeah, Drebber. There's still Drebber. True. After we had Gina and Toby go after him. I haven't played Witcher. Like, I have Witcher 1 and 2, but it's like, do I have to play 1 to, like, you know, play 3? I have 1, but it's so old that it's like, it feels archaic to play now. It feels too archaic. I didn't mean the northern city of Slough. Yeah. I thought you meant Slough, the place. But yeah. Not really. All games can be played without each other. Okay, yeah. I heard there's something like, you can, like, some choices go across games, but okay. I guess number 2 is fine then. And then 3. I can skip 1. I know. Were they going to remaster 1? I vaguely heard of that. I vaguely heard they're going to remaster number 1. Besides Ezio Trio, there were 4. We could really drop it anywhere else. And there's always a new guy. Oh, yeah. That's with Assassin's Creed. Yeah. That's with AC. Yeah, AC. Yeah, because I really fell off the series. Like, I'll play Syndicate maybe at some point. Across games, but it only affects side quests. Okay, fine. Alright, I guess if I do play, I can start with number 2 then. Because 2 is at least still kind of modern enough that it doesn't feel archaic to play. Like, I tried 1, but it's like keyboard and mouse. Sorry. It's keyboard and mouse. And it's like, I tried to, like, map things to my controller. But it's like, it just became weird. like the camera control. I really can't do keyboard and mouse yet. I'm not used to it. At Lord Van Zeek's office, I see. Witcher 1 is literally a rhythm game. I heard about something like that, yeah. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Sholmes lied to us. Oh, spicy. The spice is on now. I know. We're gonna have to speak to him about that. Yeah. 3... Yeah, 4, 2 Renaissance Italy. Yeah, it really jumps around the place, yeah. Yeah. I think it's like, it really depends on settings and stuff. Like, Syndicate has the most interesting setting for me with, like, you know, Victorian London. The rest is, like, a bit too open, if that makes sense. Like Valhalla and the Egypt one, they're not really, they're less city-based now. Like, I like the cities more. But yeah. You're going to have to leave as well now. Score some effing goals. I do like football myself. I do like football. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Cricket is a shit. I don't watch cricket. I see it around, but I never watched it. Foreign affair problems. Well, we could do about that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Otto. Of course. Alright, now we got to go to Spells and Drebber. And then home, Sholmes. I think we've done all the things we can now here. We just determine where the whereabouts of Drebber. I'm sure Gina and Toby won't let us down. Now then, don't you think we ought to try speak with Sholmes at this point? You have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yeah, it's possible he might know something useful. You're right. We have to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Alright, he's still there doing that. Yeah, Iris told me about his unusual venture. Alright, now we go to Tuspel's. Alright, it's pretty much in order, pretty much. It wants us to go in, anyway. 23rd October, Madame Tuspel's Museum of Wax. Oh, is it House of Wax? I remember, I was talking about like a horror film that was like based on like waxworks. Was it House of Wax? Yeah, that's it, yeah. House of Wax. I never watched it, but I heard about it. Oh my, no one is called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. But, you know, there's something about that waxwork over there. Hi again, Sholmes. It's like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Rinosuke. Rinosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So, as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alors. Do not disturb. Huh? Alright, we can't talk to him right now then, I guess. Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. Or maybe we can talk to him. Anything else around? Alright, yeah. Let's try to talk to him. We really do need to speak with Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. She fainted. Susato-san! Susato-san! My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand. Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We are talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. And they go through London to get to heaven. No use being nice. Ha! Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. Ah, he's hungry. That stomach grumble echoed around the whole museum. So, did you manage to solve it so quickly? How? Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as of yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I hope to negotiate terms. In the end, the waxwork has returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. Oh. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussauds at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Yeah, he needs to make money. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with the great waxwork? With this great waxwork. Okay, Enoch first and then Kazuma. We're in the process of trying to track down someone. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least I may be a better person to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly get my thoughts on it. Alright, Kazuma. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Naruhodo, please stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was a murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Soji. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known that at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the time. Gee, thanks, Sholmes. Alright, he does know. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Oh. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a great mystery. For now, I'm afraid this is all I can say. Okay, he's not lying then, either. I don't know. Alright, he wants the picture then. Either that or he knows about the whole conspiracy about Kazuma getting assassinated. Sholmes, would you cast your eye on this photographic print? It's of Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. See you at dinner. I'm cooking tonight. He's pretty much like saying, yeah, we'll see tomorrow. We'll all come home, have dinner, and then we'll go to court. It's awkward, but sure, don't worry about it. Well, all Gizmen look broadly the same, of course. Sure, Sholmes. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. 10 years ago, huh? As well. Unless he's the professor. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing... Where'd this one go? Has returned. I personally really saw an exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labour? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out, as we could postpone. The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Sure, you need to only look at my expression. to ascertain is it seriousness, or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. Now Iris can eat tonight. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Alright, what's inside? Through those heavy curtains at last. Oh wait, no, now you're here. I don't know why you moved. I know how you disappeared, but okay, sure. You see, back as a waxwork. Yeah, there you are. Alright, through here. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention the demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Ha! He's pretty normal, all things considered. He's the most normal one. 23rd October, Madame Tussauds special exhibit. Where's his head? Oh, he has no head. Wait. The monocle. Oh dear, I felt a shiver down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mrs. Otto, I see we turn our heels and go straight home via really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. I heard Demigod and Gregson is the most normal one in sentence. Gregson isn't paying you infinite fish and chips, is he? Like, Naruhodo did mention that Gregson's fish and chips are bottomless, to be fair. No, but he means the demigod as in, like, Van Zeek's is a demigod, apparently. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. Government secrets. Oh yeah, true. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great leading detective is far more terrifying than anything in this place. It's also what Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Yeah, just no head. But as it may, Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineering here, didn't he? But where? Yeah, Monocle Man. Let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice treble? Put a clock in its place. Alright, yeah, it's definitely this guy. Yeah, no head. So this part of the exhibit is just disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Oh, is he digging up bodies? Perhaps we should investigate in more detail. Right, turn around. Okay, the head. Okay, they're doing a slow build-up for his head. It's a slow build-up to his head. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be handling the exhibit, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Yeah, and it's Drebber. Drebber was there 10 years ago. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible this man is... Yeah. He looks cool. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but... It's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. I'm too short to see above his waistline. Can you get me a stool? This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? Is he the professor? No, when he's dead though. Why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved, were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head to the suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in great trouble. A very hungry Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange? Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... Yeah, is he a zombie? Or like, is Kazuma a zombie? Yeah, are we going to get reanimation happening? This surely couldn't have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incident involving the professor 10 years ago. Alright, Sholmes, let's go. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound. Oh, it's the Baskerville case. Oh, 10 years ago is the Baskerville case, then. It must be. And had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean the professor's identity... As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his ID was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty, and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. Ah. However, there was not the end of the affair. Oh. Oh? The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Oh. Came back to life. Oh wait, hanging. Okay, maybe it's the same case with like Kazuma. Like Kazuma was choked out. Well, not choked out, but like his neck got snapped. So, and the same thing with this guy. So maybe they both came back because they didn't die. He faked his death. Maybe. Sherbert case from investigation is back. Ha. He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. Yeah, faked his death or he survived hanging. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to the chilling events. Oh, you're the witness. The clothes he wears while executed. Yeah. Yeah, the prison garb. I was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? Unless he's a scam artist. I mean, he's a scammer. So this is the waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. Clothes were modified. Maybe. I mean, it was hanging, so... we'll see. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from the grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. In the sheer terror of what he'd seen, is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph you've seen of him. Have you seen the Sherlock Holmes live-action adaptation? Nope. I haven't seen any, like, Sherlock Holmes anything. I like the concept of Sherlock Holmes, but I've never seen anything of him at all, read or otherwise. I've seen, like, obviously as a pop culture figure, I get it, but like I don't know. I haven't watched anything. The Robert Downey Jr. one, yeah. I haven't seen that one yet. No, I haven't seen any of it. I've seen like random bits of like the Benedict Cumberbatch BBC series, but I haven't seen anything in full. I got the Sherlock Holmes Crime and Punishment game to play at some point, but yeah. Only Sherlock Jones. Ha. Do you want a spoiler or not? In what case? In which way? Like, as in... Oh, the movies. I know there's something like Sherlock Holmes fakes his death. I know there's something like that. Like, they make it seem like Sherlock Holmes dies. Like, in both, like, the movie and... Oh, in general. Like, there's like a thing of Sherlock Holmes about faking his death. I know that thing. Oh yeah, I've seen the discombobulate meme. That's different though. Yeah, how big is it as a spoiler? Like, do you think it relates to this game then? Do you think it relates in some way to what we're doing, what's happening here, I guess? Because I know, like, yeah, there's some stuff with Sherlock Holmes faking his death in, like, general, somehow. Think but not sure. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you don't know about the game itself, so if it happens, if it shows up in this game, when it happens, you can let me know, or when we're done, just in case. The criminal. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's all right. The criminal survived being hung. I see. So it could be this could be a reference to that then, because like obviously we know that Drebber is like a scam artist. He's both a scientist and a magician. So like he could be scamming this whole thing. Can you say it? Sure, yeah. Why not? Go ahead. Crooked Man V2. I vaguely heard that title before, Crooked Man. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on the very front page of the Capitol. The public was frantic, was fighting for every lost detail, and the killer came back to life. Crooked Man. Based. Ha. As you've seen, an exhibit was created here at the Madame Tussauds. I can't quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But why don't I understand the great RPG game author? There's a game author as well. I heard that name before. I see. I thought it was a horror. I see. There's a lot. I see. It was a game as well. Is what Drebber was doing in the first place. His prison clothes was modified so the rope wouldn't strangle him. He also took poison. Ah! Maybe. Maybe Kazuma faked his death then. Maybe Kazuma faked his death. Like, he drank some poison thing. Like, there were liquids around. So maybe he drank something. No, it was ink though. I played about all well-known RPG Maker horror games. I want to play some more of them at some point. What was it? End Roll? I don't know if it's horror, but there's like one called End Roll I want to play at some point. I haven't played it yet. But yeah. I want to play maybe at some point some RPG Maker games again. We'll see. There's a lot I could do. There was a crooked man, he walked a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked style. He wore a crooked cat was called Crooked Mouse. And he all lived in a little crooked house. Ah, I see. I heard. Yeah, I've seen. I see. Yeah, Crooked House. Yeah. It's an nursery rhyme, yeah. I remember Crooked Man, Al Oni, Ib, Corpse Party, second one, RPG Maker game. Corpse Party on the PSP. It's on PC now, but the PSP release, the remaster, I think 2011 release it was. Like, yeah, it's one of my favorite games, that one. It's one of my favorite games. I've read Book of Shadows, because it's mostly a visual novel. I haven't played Blood Drive yet. Because I do want to see how it ends. But it was only on the Vita until like a couple years ago when it got a PC release. So I never played it before. But like part of me wants to replay the original Corpse Party, well, the PSP Corpse Party first. And then maybe Book of Shadows. I don't know how streamable Book of Shadows is, because it's mostly a visual novel game. But again, I'm playing a visual novel here, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like kinetic novel. I'll see. I should experiment at some point, but we'll see. I do kind of want to play Corpse Party, at some point. It is a replay though, so I do know vaguely some stuff from memory, but it is one of my favorite games. I love the sound design in that game a lot. I love the sound design. It's really good. Though Crooked Man, this guy was a little depressed, and God sent him to be strong side in the form of a horrific humanoid that chased him down several kilometers. I mean, I see. Wild. Young me didn't know what horror was gonna have a fun introduction to Corpse Party. I'm not big on horror jump. I don't like jump scares. I don't like jump scares. Like, I'll accept it like once or twice, but when it's like spam jump scares, I don't like that sort of thing, like other games. More because I'm just really like jumpy, and like it takes me out the game. Jump scares alone, yeah. Like, I play like yeah. So like, but like Corpse Party doesn't really have jump scares. Like, there's like one or two, but it's mostly, I love the atmosphere. Like, I think it's what made me realize that I don't mind horror, just I don't like jump scares. Like, when it's like spammed. I tend to play Gmod horror maps. Like, the atmosphere in Corpse Party as well, like the sound design, the atmosphere, I really like that. Yeah, it's why I'm not like looking into FNAF myself personally. I get people like it, but like, it's not my cup of tea. Like, what's it called? Like, maybe like, what's that game called again? The Mortuary Assistant. I know that game is like jump scare, like it has a lot of jump scares. And I watched like some people play it a bit, and it's like I was getting spooked by like things flying around, like blah. But I heard it's actually a pretty decent game itself. Alien Isolation. I haven't played that myself, but I did hear it's really good, yeah. Like, the AI for the alien is really good. I've seen that, yeah. It's like, it's jump scare, but like, it's meant to be like one alien. Like, it's not meant to be out of nowhere. It shows up, and like, you do know it's a physical presence, if that makes sense. I heard it's really good, yeah. I heard it's really good for like, horror. I like Prey because after you realize most of the scripted mimic spawns, you can actually enjoy the game without being... I see. Yeah, I'll check out Prey in October. We're in September. We're in July. Nearly August. Soon. Alien existence is much more scary than a jump scare. Yeah, the tension of like hiding from it. Could it come up out of nowhere? Where is it? That sort of thing. Yes. What was he up to? The AI is good too, yeah. I heard that the AI is really praised a lot in that game. Like, it's like if you hide under a table, it's not gonna be like, yeah, bye bye, I don't see anything, and like, it will check under the table if you just stay there for too long as well. It will check there sometimes as well. The Professor acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It's a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest level of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. I can go back into... oh, wait. We have a flamethrower. I see. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a murder weapon of choice. Ah. I can imagine the impact that case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. Oh, what do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the... Okay, the body's there. No, but that would mean Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, never has been heard from since. It's rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life, that's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Something else to examine, maybe. This part exhibit is something that it looks so real. A young man in a white overcoat, and he has a large shovel in hand too, look. Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail. Maybe the camera. Or the shovel. Oh wait. No, never mind. Wait. No. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Zato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? Are we going to shovel and spade arguments? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Narhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although we haven't considered trowels. Apparently I missed a shovel spade argument in case 5 of last game as well. I call it shovels myself. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. Going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. I mean, here's a camera. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... It's probably a camera? A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Sholmes' skin prints? Actually, you should treat Sholmes as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film? We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Just borrow the camera. When I look at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass causing a special emotion that reacts to the light coming... Yeah. If you open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You see yourself, son. This is shining. You do like a machine. You do like machinery, don't you? Oh, what? So what? So you use the actual camera from thing. So you use the actual camera. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. Change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. Suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera. Okay, yeah, I was wondering. used at the time, just like wax wasn't real people. So we never have found a photographic print of the convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. He looks devastated. Alright. But why do we have this camera as evidence, then? There's nothing yet, then. Maybe we can use it for the future if we find the plate. This must have been the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Mr. Spells said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment. If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. 139. Oh, he's... I mean, the head. This is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by guillotine? But unable to find peace, he emerged from the grave as a headless ghost? Do you have entertained such terrifying ideas, Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. It's a bit fitting, you see. Then perhaps Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to attach it? That's extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when they returned it to museum? And that would be the extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? I mean, yeah, hide the face. Oh. There's something caught inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Oh. Oh, it's the... Oh. The glass from this. It's the glass from the Crystal Tower. Oh. Okay, so the waxwork was in here somehow. But this is the actual body, though, for OD... Die, whatever. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a piece of glass have come from, I wonder? Well, it must have been made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area? This is a big building, for example. Alright, yeah, like, the more surface area, the more, like, it could break. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower. But why would the glass from Crystal Tower be lodged inside the waxwork jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? The piece of glass has been added to the court record. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis machine was a trick. Let's take a look at the... Is there anything special with the glass? No, it's just glass. Nothing, like, underneath it. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in the waxwork. Is just coincidence? Is it just coincidence? And there's something else to see here. 139. Alright, you told me to come closer, but like there's nothing else to see nothing else to see closer. It's just this headpiece. Well, do we have to go closer? I don't see anything. Okay, we're done here. Ah! What the bleeding Nora, although? What have you got and done? Gina, what are you doing here? Oh, you still have the gun. I asked Iris, she said this is where you'd be. So, Gina, not so loud in the museum. Mantis Spell will have you take a position as a watcher if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I said I still add some gunpowder, flush powder. They're from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy Co's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make her way there at once. Alright then, see you there. You good? You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear. Someone is feeling sorry for himself. A dog found the place, yeah. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that! I'll pay for everything! Then there's no moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Sholmes, then? I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Narhodo. Anime eye shaders. Ha! Thank you, Mrs. Otto. Right, let's go. I guess, yeah, at least we're gonna get paid for... We're getting paid after this lawyer duty. The life deduction gun. Ha! Oh, this is the arrows. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage... Never. Instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it appears so. Though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby here, who's the miracle worker. I thought your look would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We don't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I get crying. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic team are on their way here as we speak. Them again? I'd imagine you've got the picture by now. We don't take too kind to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down while you have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we find here. The arrows. This is a European-style quiver of arrows with a steel bolt inside. The steel bolts. Do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And they're just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. The crossbow belongs to Enoch. Alright, trophy. Ah, this appears to be a most interesting... Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Back massager. I know that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would go away. You never seen a trophy before, Runo? It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No. I'm fine. Thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear. But there's much more to this Enoch Drebber than meets the eye when conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madame. And how about you, Naruhodo? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The Royal Society trophy. Anything else around? Planes. The machine. Yeah, we'll take a look at the train. Let's take a look at this plane, but let's see if this trophy there's anything else on it. Royal Society to Royal Society. There's a little metal plaque here. Look, fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly, Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Anything inside? I can't find anything out of place. Anything inside the trophy? I guess not. You can't open it. Alright, you can't open the trophy up, I guess, for some reason. I guess you can't. I guess it is a cup. Alright. Plane. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. No chocolate inside. Just because he's talented doesn't mean he doesn't have a skill issue. Yeah, true. True. Something happened to him, at least. Something happened. One day scientists believe he will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how tricks would be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin, very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real airplane would actually fly high in the sky. Or suspended from some even higher sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't stay in the air unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers. That's a ladder. Alright, the machine. I'm sorry, Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it. From the crown and the government. Oh, tight. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. What a shot. It's a ladder, not a step ladder. Yeah, actual ladder. Because step ladders are the one that, like... Yeah, what was it again? Like, yeah, Maya and Phoenix just argued about that throughout every game. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of the deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose chains dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bun for Toby here, my dear fellow. More of a rope kind of guy. Ha. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two. Mrs. Otto. Alright, Greggy. Anything to say? Oh, I meant Greg's. Alright, fine. I guess we can't talk to Greg's yet. Once again, this game has no skip function. Okay, we can't talk to Greg's yet. Oh, up. The beam... Right, there's nothing to see on top, oddly enough. Alright, what else is here? There's a door. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on the way from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Ah. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Jerry must have fled the first sign of danger. Fud. Never mind. Oh. Is something wrong, Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, do you hear it too? No touchy. First you gotta inspect the chocolate and then we'll give you the wrappers afterwards. Ha! Yeah, I heard it all. What do you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Who's in there? Open up. This is Scotland Yard. Oh, he escaped. Or he just barricaded it. Someone is in there. Ah, this rotten, bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were continents, I could have knocked that door in less than a minute. This is auto takedown. Ah. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. He's right there instantly. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minute with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are you waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Alright, let's see. Oh, there's a bomb. He escaped. What's happening here? Pull out the katana. Why is everything upside down? Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. Look, there must be. It was only moments ago we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Trevor running away. There's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Nice balloon, yeah, the green balloon. What's that up there? Are those footprints on the ceiling? Blue me, what have we here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? Did he flip the room? I don't know. He must have like made so much mess so that we can't find exactly what he was doing then. That Professor Haybrain's borrowing machine, is it? Blimey, if we'd had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all these scrap metal. There is something of great interest here too. It looked like he did a backflip. Like my guy just like ran up the wall and did a backflip. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What significance is about that? Englishman living in London and his world. I have years worth of looking experience. Yeah, he's really like he mentioned before. Like, if he wasn't a detective, he'd be a thief. Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic team arrive too. The best deduction of the duology. Ooh, looking forward to that then. He ran up the wall to the ceiling and backflipped out the window. My guy was doing Mario 64 tricks. Alright, let's hit this footprints first. There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints. Speed running. It would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Shizato shoot-up or something? Like a Shizato takedown, I mean? Someone's got the rope. 10 out of 10 best character. Screw Stetson and his rope gang. Ha! Jintaz. Ha! 2 assisted speed run. I'm no Wonder Woman, Miss Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. There's the hot air balloon. It's a really lovely model. It looks like just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. A green balloon. It does have this hallmark of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Shelm's suite isn't this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent that underhand trick, Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I guess so. Just steal the floorboards. I'm sorry, but you aren't making sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside it must be very important. Maybe the head of the person, of the professor, is inside here. Just take the house. Sure, may as well. All at once. The bomb. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Even Sholmes could open it. Timer turns around, Sholmes has that eye shader on as he cracking his knuckles. Ha! Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a watch. Ah! Mr. Zato, what's the matter? What's up? Hey there, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hi there. What did I miss? Yeah, we started 2 hours earlier. What's it called? We did some more investigation stuff. It's like Suzato pretty much like revealed that it is the masked man is Kazuma, because like, but then it turns out that he has amnesia. Oh no, I started 2 hours earlier. I started earlier just in case this case lasts really long. And also just as a trial, just to see if it doesn't like feel that bad to stream earlier for like occasions when the game is long as hell. But yeah, Kazuma might be Kazuma. Well, Masked Man might be Kazuma because like, oh, there's a good chance it is. And then Sholmes said he wasn't lying when he said that Kazuma died, so we don't know what that's about. We saw a picture of the Enoch guy. That was what's it called? That was involved, and it turns out Enoch was involved in the case 10 years ago with Van Zieks and the professor, and like Enoch was at the gravesite when apparently the professor rose from the dead. But then it's like, so that's his. So like, there's some more mysteries to do with 10 years ago. Also, we have a dog. Well, Gina has a dog called Toby, a police dog now, that helped us get to this place because we used a smell to reach here. That sums it up so far. Toby dog. Yep, we got a dog. Well, Gina has a dog. Surely there's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Do you say a time bomb? Professor Case is literally DL6 of this game. It's like, yeah, it's the big defining like case that affected everyone. It's the big one, yeah. It affected Van Zieks, and also, yeah, it turns out the professor also killed people by using a dog, and that's probably the Hound of Baskerville case as well. Toby Fox. Ha. Get back to the bomb, yeah. Let's get back to it. Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. You don't know nothing, do ya? Although, you haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess has a very similar appearance. Oh? Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see. So that's it. Goodness. Mr. Sholmes, have you seen into the heart of this matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated to never know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. I'm too big-brained to get stumped by puzzles, huh? But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Zato. Here we go. I feel great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture of this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that a small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. I've never been clueless. Pretty much. He's pretty much saying like my brain is so big that I don't get stumped by puzzles. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yards and the finer points of trade. Deduce this bomb, forcing it to short fuse, deactivating in the process. Ha! This time, yeah, hopefully, maybe it will explode. Well, Inspector Gregson seems to be delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the Inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Sholmes. Well done. You are too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this reduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Susato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. I guess because we don't have a person, we're using Susato as the middleman. I guess. Let's see. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Alright, let's see what he says. Flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor. Oh? Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed. My guy has the safe code on the chair itself. Indeed, the key here is gravity. Oh, that's fancy effects. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. For the gravity of this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in the whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Zato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device. Almost identical to the one featured in a dream of mine, only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? It's a singularity. A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will be switched. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment restoration occurred. Yes, the reason everything had been turned upside down is because of that anti-gravity device. I see, yeah, the wardrobe is literally upside down. The cabinet is upside down as well. So that's a bit weird. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normal, in an automatic fashion sometime later by a timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. It came to you in a dream. Because gravity was reversed. Alright. And then... missing engineer. Now, let's consider the next conundrum. Is this actually a deduction or is he testing us? I think he's messing around a bit. He's messing around a bit. Like we got the line of thinking, but he's messing around, I feel, even now, as he always does. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Intuitively, the great clue we have to explain his action is above our heads. Yes. How is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there in the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. There. The reason there are footprints in the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Trevor's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way out of this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. Oh, there's something missing here. And there. By inverting gravity in here, Trevor was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving the footprints behind on the way. But I love the effect. I love this upside down effect they're doing for this. But the ceiling in here is very high, Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Trevor have fallen to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe a solution. Offers a solution. Oh, the rope. Oh, the rope. The 180-degree rotation while moving the camera upwards. It's a shame to realize how easy it is to impress people. I know, I like wacky, I know, not wacky, but like, I like, how to say, I don't know, it's like, it's interesting visually, let's say. It's interesting visually. Even if it's simple, it's still interesting. Given that Herlock creates in case 5, if you could build anti-gravity, looking forward to what you mean. Because you mentioned before, like, he and Iris make something nutso in case 5. So I'm looking forward to what you're referring to. So our drug, that's an appeal. I mean, like, in an artistic sense, I guess. By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself to the ceiling. Which explains how Trevor was able to escape his room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Escape via the skylight. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Just speechless. Yeah, Gina's just busy with her dog. Get cheaper, more time left over, good memories. Nearby, we don't have to deal with looking at people in our gallery. She's completely spellbound. Been like a long time since the last one, huh? Change your mind, ha. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be just troubled by just one thing the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? Anti-gravity device, I mean? Not yet. Maybe, like, in the future. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge, at a term of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. So then, impossible then. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Is that a Sherlock Holmes quote? I heard it around, like, I heard like some variation of that quote around a lot. It's not possible, but it's definitely not impossible. Ha. However improbable it may be. Okay, it is a Holmes quote. Okay. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. You ain't wrong there. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. What's wrong? I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Otto lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Sholmes. Ah, the spell was broken at last. The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it? It was on the floor. Indeed it was. It normally coils near the wall. But if Drebber had used it to escape in the way he described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll do find corpses. Ropes! Ropes! As such evidence of such, you only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Sholmes the usual helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly, before Enoch gets away. If you're ready, then let's resume. Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Alright, let's fix this up. Course correction. Hold it, Sholmes. The flip furniture. Is it plain to see? Are you okay? Are you okay? There. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling. Got blocked in a live stream. I see. I see. I mean, I don't know, that happens I guess. I don't know. I hope things are okay. Like, you didn't do anything too wrong. One sec. Or maybe it's just temporary, who knows. But yeah, almost as if every item in you see yeah. And before falling down straight down to the floor. Hate when you get blocked. I mean, I think it's just best to just like move on, really. It happens, I guess. Like, just move on, really. Indeed, the key here is gravity. Won't move on. I feel like probably should help move on probably if it's like, you know, annoying. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. It appeared that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. But the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normal. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the... Okay, let's see. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, having the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Sholmes could... conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Ooh, that's utterly merciless of you, Shizato. You know, anything impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Let's examine the topsy-turvy scene a little more closely, revealing some proof that shows us the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. There's only the safe. There's only the safe here. So let's see. Large safe. Ah, look, Mrs. Otto. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed? Yes, that's true. Hold on. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I actually didn't say that. The large safe then. Got blocked by money, you can't chat anymore. Yeah. I think maybe you need to, like, you know, how to say. I mean, it happens, I guess. Like, give yourself some time just to calm down about it. I guess it's safe. There's nothing else here to, like, really present. Probably just safe then, because why is it bolted?
Take that!
No. Not that. Like every other piece of furniture in the room, this safe is not upside down. So, reversal gravity can't be the reason for the state of this room. Naruhodo, I implore you to observe more closely. As you can see, the safe's feet is firmly bolted to the floor, saving it from effects of gravity. Ah, I see. So it is. But there is one thing we can learn from your misguided conclusion. A good deduction is no mean feat. Ha! Ugh, can we at least make jokes at my expense funny? There's something else then, unless I'm something to examine exactly. If the reversal gravity is scientifically impossible, perhaps we can prove it didn't occur. Well, to prove hypothesis itself is wrong, the easiest way is just to find an obvious exception. Another look around. Oh, the flower pot. Oh, there it is. It's blocking. Okay, the text was getting blocked by the text. No, the flower pot. Furniture in here is conspicuously upside down. Certainly, yes, it doesn't immediately put you in mind. I admit. Could it be that mini whirlwind passed through here? Do you think? I would say, please don't be rude to, like, other people in chat. Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward, it seems. Alright. It's the vase then, yeah. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know, that slender little vase looks about to topple any moment. I think you need to, like, step away and calm down, I'd say. Like, give yourself some time to calm down about it. I know, the slender little vase looks like it's about to topple any moment. The flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life when you say... To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else has made it a rather deeper impression on me. Yeah, it's upright.
Take that!
The upright vase reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightfully say, though, it appears at first glance that the front of the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming, slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike this large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, such as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies at your loss. Oh, poor Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact anti-gravity device, there remains one possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned every piece of furniture in here. This might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unresolved. Namely, why wouldn't someone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of this Not gonna work. He's absolutely determined that this device must have been something to do with it, isn't he? Afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it is must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Alright, let's see. The safe code. Look, there's something written on the other side of this armchair. Oh yes, safe. 432582. Safe. As in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly, more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yeah. So you mean this number would have let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Alright. Yes, the reason why everything is in here has been turned upside down because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Naruhodo, that you had a similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I brought a lottery ticket and noted the lottery ticket down on the inside cover of the book just in case. That's it. For people who are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I forgot which book I had written a number in. I had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. But we are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where you've noticed things down. None of you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to tell my audience that. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. But I believe I proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the inside of this piece of furniture, forgot which one, leading to the state in which we find the room. Alright, he was desperate. Yes, Drebber overturned the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the code. Fair. Like, that's a number code. That'd be, like, pretty annoying to remember. And he's probably busy with, like, doing other stuff to remember it. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Intuitively, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there in the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us to the truth, my dear madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of this nearby skylight. Okay, no. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Ooh, life was somewhat simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, those halcyon days. I forgot how you pronounce it. I know it's in Bleach, for like one of the episode titles. That's where I heard that term before, but like, I don't remember how to say it. Never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Sholmes is what gets us in these situations in the first place. Alright, there's something... Oh, the balloon. The shoe. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, don't you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up the ceiling, though? Oh dear. That's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
Alright, so the guy was throwing shoes up the ceiling. For some reason. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. On a closer inspection, there are clearly footprints on the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! A piece of green balloon of the green balloon's envelope that Naruhodo and Irish found at the scene. And inside that green balloon that Master Gotts claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. was the second birdcage the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception? You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is the model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility that something may be concealed inside it. Oh, he's trying to pop it. I don't think our absconder was desperate to retreat before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah. Most importantly, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assaulting it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of the lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine the balloon. If only there were some way we could see inside. You may recall I found this in the room earlier, so I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? I mean, you could rope it down, just do a lasso. Holmes managed to bring his attention back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then put it down to the ground. It is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more certified method. In fact, we already have one of course, don't we? The arrow. The crossbow.
Take that!
One sec. Be right back. One sec. Alright, I'm back. Hello. What better tool than a crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood, it belongs to Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing the shoe at such a critical time as this. Alright, so he has one shoe as well. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is that Enoch Drebber has hit? What is it that Enoch Drebber has hit in the balloon? Bam. Oh. Ah. Well, what the? Oh, that's the professor. But that's the helmet. A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of the waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh goodness. I see you've joined the dots, Mrs. Otto. Excellent. Of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer was still missing. Indeed it is. But I believe Madame Tuspel's would not have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yeah, but why is it here? That conclusively confirms my suspicions. This man responsible for seeing the professor from the spells and returning it, Sans Tete, earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction are very inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Waxwork head added. What about the safe then? Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. Let's take a look at this. It's locked though, yeah. Yeah, nothing, we can't open it. Maybe not yet. Maybe we open it during the case. During the court case. Here's our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. Oh, that remains is? Yes. Speak of the architect of this adventure. The architect? Oh, the music's different. There's more to it now. Let's go. You mean Drebber? Because it was quite impossible for him to escape via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during his seduction. Enoch Drebber right here, so somewhere in this room. So Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Drebber's hiding place must be the... safe. The large safe.
Take that!
Before we gained access to the back room, we heard noises in here. Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination of the safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture, he overturned the process. From which he can deduce the search for the combination happened very recently indeed. He's gonna suffocate in there. In summary, Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Like, he'll just die in there if no one finds him. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. I guess he was willing to take that risk. All right, let's crack it open. But we rarely ever get to meet the person involved. So let's see. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 432585. 432582. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. Oh, his hand is a metal. You found me. Crown himself on Nox 1 violation. Enoch only appeared near the end. Ah, I see. I know, he's too suspicious to be the killer. I know, it's weird, like, he looks too cool. He looks, I know, it's weird to imagine him being the killer. It seems too easy now. Then again, the same could be said for Benedict. Well, his real name. I forgot his name. But, I don't know. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. You better start talking. Ashley Graydon, that's it, yeah. Ashley, that's it. He looks badass. I like his design. He looks really cool. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well. Boss, they would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. He looks so cool. He looks so cool. Mr. Sholmes, we've only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Sholmes' seductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device really is quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist yet. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright. He's really too suspicious. On the other hand, so were Ashley and McGilded. Yeah, that's the thing, like, it could be a red herring. Like, to be honest, this is gonna be the first time, well, second time in this game that we're talking to, like, oh yeah, Giselle Brett, yeah. True. Because, like, in Greatest Attorney, we rarely ever talk to the killer. Except with, obviously, Ashley. And, like, if it does turn out to be the case, Enoch. So, we'll see. Because, like, obviously, in, like, the main game, the other games, like, we do see the killer, like, in person before the court case. This game has avoided that, I feel. In terms of, like, it's outside, obviously outside of case 2, but, like, we don't meet, like, for example, in case 4, we don't. To be fair, we do meet Garadeb. True, we do meet Garadeb and Shamspear. True. Good point, actually. Good point. Actually, yeah, maybe. I think it's because, like, there's less investigation, so, like, witnesses and stuff, they always, like, show up during the trial and never, like. They don't really show up in investigation, I guess, if that makes sense. Good point. Like, we don't meet, for example... Right. We don't meet, like... True, good point, actually. I might be a bit, like, misinterpreting it, I guess. Right, let's talk to Enoch. What happened here? What on earth happened here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving a thorough look going through. Don't worry, Trevor. I'll go attend fencing lessons soon. I'll be buying it. Oh yeah, sure, yeah. That sounds really cool. Have fun in your fencing lessons. That sounds really cool. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke up in a fine fettle today. Thanks, Sholmes. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I written it down. I also found the rope by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So then I set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burn incriminating evidence. Blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe. Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. The time bomb. God death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. Especially design. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. Ah. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Ha! Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out. I invite you to look more closely. Oh, right. The safe should have a handle on the inside, allowing me to unlock the door from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting to inviting guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Fair. Ah. I calculated the time required to retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face? Besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? He would have got us killed. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which has the head this head belongs to. There's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I am to open it safely to reveal the killer's ID. Oh, he wants to know who it was. I guess. I'd be considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. Oh. Protection for something. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware, but I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again, and so the forensic team is here. And you know full well the engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madame, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Sholmes knows Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression in your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah? It appears our delightful, entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But, Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Aw, I feel bad for him. He's getting, like, outclassed by, like, the higher-ups now. I feel bad for him. Understood. I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector. Aw, he's got his reputation back after the last case 5 from last game. Oh, he's cool now. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yeah, you did disarm that one. Eh? What you... That one? You mean... Oh, it was a hidden one. Oh! Well, those guys fell off 9 feet. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Alright, court case time. Let's go. In the skies above the Isles, Aces and Exhale prevail. Where's that from? Alright, let's save. Okay, courtroom time. Let's go. Trial part 3. Here we go. Court case time. 24th October. Okay, yeah. Good thing that I streamed early today, because it seems like the investigation took 3 hours by itself. Well, we did chat for like, let's say 30 minutes total. A joke about the thing he shut down. I see. That thing. I see. Good morning to you, Mr. Narhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, you're coming with us today? Oh, Sholmes, you're here. Something about Limbus. Oh, what's up? What's up? Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. He'll just be in the gallery. Now, Professor, we need you to remain calm in court today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Sholmes? What's the matter? Sure, you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. He woke up early for once. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation. Yeah, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked my cheeks, punched me and kicked me from bed. When she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris didn't have in her to go that far. She's too nice. This is the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who realizes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. I have survived the explosion and woken up in a timely manner. Unfortunately, we didn't catch the guy who placed the bombs. Ha! Oh, Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? I theory that the sea on the south might be the Great Lake. Looks like I was right. I see. Yeah. I see. So it does turn out that, yeah, it is the lake. I guess there's the forest as well to find out if we get to that point. At some point too. I didn't know. I don't know. Maybe because I have been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me. Are you going to take that insult laying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway. How's it connected to... Guess we'll have to find out. Here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. Oh, 10 years ago. The professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed out of a trial. It's all in here. Killer's autopsy from 10 years ago. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Alright, let's check it out then. Condemned prisoner. Redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Okay. What about thinking that OD might so far, like they might break the pattern. They might break the pattern eventually. We never know. They could break the pattern. I mean, to be fair, like I guess like distortion for 3.5 and then obviously Molar Office for 4.5. So we'll see. It'll be nice, but nice that we get maybe we go to the outskirts for one of them. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. If things get that far. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. Oh yeah, there's that, but like they're not involved. I mean, that's why I mentioned distortion, because like I mean story-wise, like they were there, but like as IDs, but like they weren't in the story. I mean, that's what I mean. I mean like story-wise, like they could just release them like here's some, here's some. If you know what I mean. But like what's it called? Those two weren't involved in the story. Obviously Molar was, but not Ryoshu, not Pierre and Jack. That's only on the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed you managed to find him in just one day. We can deduce that our power level right now, maybe. At the same time, is like... it depends, I guess. Because, like, I don't know. I see what you mean, yeah. I feel like, for me, it's like, I don't feel it's, like, strictly a power level thing, either. Like, I mean, I guess to be fair, you could say, like, exhausted Yujin, I guess. But, like, she's obviously much stronger than that. She's just tired. I don't feel it's exactly power scaling exactly, though, either. I don't think it's like a 1-for-1 power scale thing, I think. I really owe you both so much. Counsel, and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Can you make your way into the courtroom at once? This is it then. The final chapter. Funny. My heart is racing a little. I've never felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Oh yeah, Kazuma's going to be in the trial. We're going to see Kazuma alongside Van Zieks this time. 20th of October, 9:30 AM. The Old Bailey courtroom. Yeah, there he is. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here and present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes the day's proceedings will see the complexity of the case rise considerably. He's familiar. Oh! They team up for drinks now. Okay, yeah, that's the same poise as Kazuma. Yeah, he cut off the the bottle cap, whatever you call it, cork. I thereby instructed my assistant to attend to ensure a smooth running of the trial. Prepare for trouble, make it double. Ha! Double trainer fight. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the looks of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but well, this is so very hard. He's gonna see Naruhodo go on a mad one, and then get his memory back. I think either this case or maybe next case. We'll see. Maybe it's too early for him to like get his memory back. We'll see. We need to duel him. Honestly, that'd be cool. Like Kazuma's katana. Yeah, reminded him of the katana. Or maybe like Kazuma holds his katana again and gets his memory back because like his katana is Kazuma's soul. So maybe when he gets his katana back, he gets his memory back. Maybe I could see that because they really emphasize like that Kazuma's soul is his katana. I see. Naruhodo with katana versus Kazuma with a straight blade, and Susato takedown versus Van Zeke's Scourge of Ottomans. Ha! I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's codes, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence. And then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? I wonder what your significance is, or if you're just some weird girl of corn. Wasn't it like this in my day? Wasn't like this subtle. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin. Infinite corn, yeah. Before I do, my lord, there is some report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion, affected by an unknown person of persons. It was what? An explosion. This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in question in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens and the wreckers reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here the photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of explosion. Oh, but we do see there is like an underground drop. Little remains of the machine. A terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Alright, we do see the hole now for the machine. There is a hole, a drop-down hole. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by special dispensation was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. If there's a hole, there's a goal. Ha! Something like that. Ha. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever obscurity. Damn, you're really defending your friend's honor, huh? Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For his accused himself was operating the machine, and he ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection.
As Lord Van Zeeks rightfully says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for the part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by the machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, Ziggs may be defending Albert more than we do. To some extent, yeah. He was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names counsel, if you please. The engineer, Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, O.D. Asmund. So, what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose the information, thus establishing the unequivocal defense innocence of the defendant. A whole being fought over, huh? Thank you, counsel. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, I summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Enoch Drebber, to the stand.
What?
State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation... hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes. Why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you're currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out on the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage machine demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in experiment. Or so our investigation indicates. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. It's just a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing for the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by the means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... So yeah, now we're back to like the uncertainty of that, but we'll have to see. We've practiced long enough, I feel. You will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Alright, let's see where we go with this then. I don't know what our starting point is. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Asmund's introductions. He provided me with blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed, perhaps. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something was moved when in reality it wasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be uncheated without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying we haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Oh, the glass shard. We could use the glass shard. It was found in the clothing of the waxwork. But how do we bring that up? Also, we have this is the most evidence we've had in one case in this game so far. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Asmund had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring or artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Trevor. Indeed it did, my lord, as a swindler who portrays an innocent scientist to elicit government grants through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic on the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forced into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of science? Skill issue. We'll have to see what's going on with him. Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. I guess we have to link it. I don't know. The glass shard seems to be the link for the body double. Kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago. Yeah, we know that. I reviewed blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. But we know, like, all he did was give the hypothesis and he made the machine. We have no proof of that. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. No, I don't mean like that way, but...
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asmund has no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope didn't quite left me. Demonstration could have been a trick, but there was someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Asmund, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to that fact. So it can't have orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Asmund then. I mean, not someone alive. What are you thinking, Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked like identical to the victim playing on my mind. The birdcage appeared above their heads and crashed headfirst.
Hold it!
What do you mean? It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there were at time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on that day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my... Okay, fine. Now, okay. This is the angle we go for. Him being there. Yet, another of your unique inventions was found in the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of the machine I labored over many months. It was clearly with my own eyes. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant, and he had a broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. You know which injury is the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not at that level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in a birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious he fell from the considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science...
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? No, in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allow my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, are you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving hypothesis. He's very sure of himself. What do you think, says Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. We're able to establish that as a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science. We have no grounds to demonstrate Hairbrain's innocence. Aspen and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. But he took advantage of his naivety and unbending belief in his work. I won't let him get away with it. The professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's. What on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? I met the professor 1 year ago through Asman. He provided me blueprints and precise instructions, no trick. We don't have the blueprints with us. Let me check then. This one. It's clear you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But the implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have a trick. Oh, couldn't have a trick. If the whole show was fraud, I don't know. I'm guessing we used the whole. We have to prove there was a trick to it.
Objection!
No. No. Okay, let me check this bottom thing then.
Objection!
No. It's not the hole then. We can't see the hole is the trick. Let me save just in case, like, because some bits are like you have to press everything to like make the story go on. So let's just check. Coward, more like saving time. Because sometimes it's like some cases are like you have to like press everything and then the game progresses.
Hold it!
Let's just check this first statement then. So you already acquainted with Asman himself? Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is all I did was construct the machine according to blueprints. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Her brain certainly has a mind like no other. Alright, I guess it has to be the glass then. You have to use the glass then.
Objection!
No. Now then, what's the entry point here? There's nothing contradictory with their statements. Body trick. The waxwork? The head?
Objection!
No. We can't bring that up. There's no like second press, like, I don't know. I have a twin. I guess maybe asking what the heck was going on with the thing. I don't know, either asking him what was going on with the... Saw the birdcage above the head and crashed head first. Science was flawed. I don't know where do we approach this from? When the young professor approached me 1 year ago, blah. I mean, what's the entry point for this? Obviously, we have the crossbow. The photo? Like, yeah, it shows it getting shot. It's not clear which entry point we go for. That's not important yet. That's not important yet. The piece of broken glass. I mean, yeah, I know where it's going, what's going for, but like, the line isn't there yet. There's nothing to see with this cage specifically, is there? Ah, look here, Mrs. Otto. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. Oh! I see, it fell straight down. It never fell upside down. From the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below, a fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Tragically dead. Damage to the base. Okay, that's it, okay, fine. Because I didn't examine this. There it is. He's saying it fell upside down. I get it now. Okay. There it is. He's saying it fell upside down, but then it actually fell from the base. Okay, that makes sense now. Because we've been going off that he snapped his neck because it fell upside down. Head first. Yeah, no. It fell base first.
Objection!
There we go. We examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself isn't considerably is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you trying to say? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage was at the scene that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower. The damage is at the bottom. Then, the only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages at play, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a science experiment, but a bit of stage trickery. God. Why does he have like random highlighted words sometimes? Good gracious. Explain yourself, witness. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage indicates it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection.
But multiple witnesses report it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, and at an altitude about 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeds to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection.
Fine, just don't trust any witnesses. But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However, he fell. It would be unsurprising to find one or two vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of the events from the prosecution there. Well, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. The witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. This obviously wasn't a trick, as certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve the matter. Trevor, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat this matter scientifically after all. Ah, I nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. The balloon.
Objection.
Come on, press it first. It fell from the balloon. Or do you mean you want the charred piece of balloon? Let's press it first.
Hold it.
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage. Yes, there are lots of witnesses that say Asmund was on the stage, that's true. And the victim's neck was broken as a result of impact following the fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was with an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower is 30 feet up. The distance of 30 feet is therefore a total distance of blah blah blah. And there's no other location from which the birdcage should have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the tower. A trenchant. Scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators of the day saw it. Birdcage plummeting 30 feet in the air, Irritatingly, yes. Okay, then it's the balloon then. The birdcage was inside the balloon. Then what evidence do you want me to show for it? I tried the photograph. The sketch then. The sketch then? Or do you mean the canvas? There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Just be sure. Like if I die here and if it says restart, is it gonna restart from the very first part of from when he amended his statement? No, I tried that. That's the thing. I tried the photograph of the balloon and it didn't work. So it's just weird. Like I know what's going from what you do, so I tried the photograph and he was like, nah. So fine. The cloth, not the cloth. Alright, fine. The photograph then, to show that there was a balloon above then.
Objection.
Oh. Come on, the photo should have worked then. The photo should have worked then. Like what? The balloon, we used a sketch and not the actual photograph of the balloon getting shot.
Objection.
Think what? Because we're using like here's a diagram for it to show that the balloon was high enough. Diagram showing explanations in its surroundings. I guess because we need to show that the balloon was high enough for the birdcage to drop down. I guess because the photograph doesn't show enough height apparently. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in the mid-air, falling down from the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of the 30 feet. No. Fine, it wants us to be like, here's a scientific diagram for it. Oh yeah, but welcome. Actually, welcome back. That wasn't. That was a pretty short lesson, like only an hour long. Only an hour long lesson. There's a different thinking, yeah. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, there's no measurements in the photograph. I get it, but it's like it's the same line of logic. that it came from the balloon. It appears like the fence is a possibility it needs to put forward. I think it's like if it was like. Okay, how could you prove the balloon was there? Like, show the diagram and then show the balloon, pretty much. Like, use both evidence, like, back up with each other would have worked. Because sometimes, the game is sometimes lenient on, like, which thing. Oh, different question, okay. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place which you are referring to. The same diagram. The alternative location from the birdcage could have possibly fallen the feet. The balloon.
Take that!
It have fallen from here.
Objection!
No, okay, fine. That's my learned friend's claim. I suggest he demonstrate for the court, personally. Fine. I feel I've hit the deck from 30 feet up anyway. Next floor from 60 feet up. I mean, I was gonna say the balloon, but then... Oh, it fell here! Oh! No. How tall is the... It fell from down here and smashed. It fell from in here.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. Right, I get it. Right. Because when it collapsed downwards. So the birdcage... Right. The one that fell down that from the base was the one from the stage. That's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine... Was in the machine on the stage. Okay, that's the fine. That's where we're going with it. Not the birdcage that was in the balloon. What we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Council. It turns out the experiment station stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was crash site. Even it collapsed down. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Even it crashed straight down. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if you assumed there'd be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen exactly the same distance. Alright, so the birdcage in the balloon fell head first, while the birdcage on the stage fell base first. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence on the stage Yeah, we see the picture. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, is true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment. Okay, we don't have to present it. Like, the game knows, like, yeah, here it is. Here's a hole. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. That defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Recess time? Already? Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built this two birdcages that were used to carry out deception. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of the machine that matters, a machine designed to take Asmund's life. And I lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door, something that could have only have been carried out by you, Enoch Drebber. Oh, he's pissed. Ugh. Ah.
Objection!
Alright, Kazuma's on wine duty. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2. Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe Scotland Yard have also been on watch at every public experiment. In other words, Drebber has no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic team is unequivocal on that point. Ugh. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Yeah, bit unfair. Bit unfair. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? The contract in which Drebber entered with the victim, Asmund. It reads, Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from the government grant or other income. What happened to the police is useless. 30%? Certainly very favourable contractual conditions. But there will be one very important provision bolded to that clause. Oh, if he dies, it goes nothing. Drebber may only uphold his rights on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Ah, that makes it tight. I mean, but the contract was provided by Drebber, but it's tight. Wait a minute. We have the business card. Maybe this. No, wait, no. We gave it to Gina. Gina has the business card. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Asmon's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. It seems the defense assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Drebber's contract. It's true. We have so much evidence for this case. The investor O.D. Asmon hereby enters into contract with the provider Enoch Drebber to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instant kinesis machine. That's his signature, yeah. Drebber is to receive 30% of all Drebber may only uphold this right because they're both part alive. If only we knew about the contract. I mean, to be fair, the contract was between Asmon and Drebber. There's no reason for Albert to know about it. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage on the stage with the one in Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. Prosecution is able to deny that. So I'm sure you're right here. You're on the right lines. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built. Its reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we have 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration and we only realized that first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The staged demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Another person? Are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. Drebber has an accomplice. The person who steps in the birdcage on the stage, yeah.
Objection!
An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only the witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then that make no mistake. The prosecution would demand equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? Yeah, we have to. The defense is ready to name Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the 2 birdcages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. It's Albert. He's in prison. I don't think he kind of switched it. See itself as a clue. Counsel? My lord? You have received a Stark warning already. It's Sampo. Ha! But I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Trevor's accomplice? I mean, only to spells is sus. To spells and the actual victim, OD Asman. If he didn't die, I mean he just died somehow, like Asman probably. It's Asman then. Asman or to spells. Like, but we don't have anything to go with to spell. Like, to spell doesn't really have anything inside to, like, she has the wax, there is the waxwork. Like, what? Was the ransom a fake? I feel Asman, because Asman must have, like, been like, yeah, let's fraud this guy. Let's go. But he's dead. We'll go with Asman.
Take that!
No, we're fucked. Did he save? No. Whatever. I need to get my health back. I need to get my HP back. This is it's too arse to be like on 1 HP. It's too arse to be on 1 HP. You surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you? Yeah, when it's to spells, then we have to put to spells on the line. Yeah. Well, come on. Get this done with. We can't skip. I just hope we're not like pushed all the way back to his testimony. I wanted to serve my lord. Blah 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 blah. Come on. Blah 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 blah.
Guilty.
Blah blah blah. Come on.
Guilty.
I wish this game had a skip function. This is probably my main criticism. One of my criticisms of like the general games. Like, there's no skip. It's a visual novel. Let us just fast forward. Alright, come on. Albert Hairbrain. Pronounce you guilty. Blah, blah, blah. Come on. We get the point. Come on. I applaud the juror. Blah. Ha. Alright, come on. Let's see where we restart. Do we restart from the cross-examination, or do we restart from the choice? Okay, thank God. Thank God. Alright. Alright, thank goodness. We're not, like, pushed all the way back to the cross-examination. And we have our HP back. So that's fine. It's to spell then. There's no one else. Like, you're nothing. You're just a balloon man. Unless... No. It's not your balloons. Like, he was hiding... Like, he was hiding that there was another balloon there. But to spells, like, she was never at the scene. Then it's the balloon man then. Like, because he was hiding, like, there was another balloon. But it just seems weird. It's obviously not Bohemian Boy. You have excessively long name. It's either you or you then. Like, if we bring out to spells, it would bring out the whole waxwork stuff. If it's Loon, then it's like, I mean, but it's not his balloons though. But he also hid the fact there was a green balloon. Because he was in disbelief. Let's go with to spells then.
Take that!
No, okay. No. If it is it's Balloon Man then. It's Balloon Man then. It's Balloon Man. Because he hid the fact there was a fourth balloon on the scene. It's the Balloon Man then. It's fine. I have enough health. Like, the game is more forgiving compared to other Ace Attorney games. Like, in other Ace Attorney games, you have to, like, reload at the checkpoint, which is, like, super long. It's actually terribly long, far away. This game loads from scene, while the other games load from, this checkpoint, so this is not bad. I don't mind losing health now. It's Balloon Man then.
Take that!
No. Then who's something insane then? Then it's not so then. Albert. The Moss Man? No. It can't be the Moss Man. Albert then. Do we accuse our own guy? It's not the boy. Surely not the boy. Surely not. Or the forensics team are accomplices. Is the forensics team?
Take that!
No. Name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese... Okay, so then the forensics team are sus. What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't blind your tongue now. Bind your tongue now. It's a little too late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Time to, like, get banned again. Time to get banned from court once again. I could very well turn every single person in the courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Naruhodo. Thank you, Susato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. The person who colluded with Drebber in order to carry out the wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Syfe. Oh, right, because she also did the autopsy report. Wait a minute. Yeah, so wait. She did the autopsy report, so then how would he know? Maybe that's the thing. How does he know? Like, was it really reported on the newspaper that the 2 wounds? Really? So that also links them. She wrote the autopsy report. What the blaze are you talking about? Dr. Syfe, the head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? We know there were 2 bird cages. So who could have carried out the switch to the Kagami? Kagami, huh? Who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensics team. When else could a switch have occurred? Only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Syfe be summoned to the witness stand that wants to testify. You've got nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know that woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly. If the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must also have contained the body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. It's the waxwork, which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. Ugh, that's true. And my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have also been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal the body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence. Very well. the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Asmon's body double. Good gracious, evidence! I do hope this isn't filibustering counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses could only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha. The body double inside the second birdcage was... either it means the glass shard or the waxwork head. I mean, not the head, but the head or the piece of glass. I know it means waxwork, but which one do we present? I mean, it's telling us who was it. Does it refer to the glass or the head? I'm guessing it has to mean the waxwork. Like, who was it? Not glass. Okay, it was the waxwork. Then prove it was the waxwork. It's the glass.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Asmon, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the Kinesis machine on stage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that could hint something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the birdcage was unbelievable as it seems. That thing over there. Oh, it's here.
Objection!
Alright, give us proof then. We have glass. We have the glass shards. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Rinosuke. It is time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. He didn't call us a clown this time. True.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic science investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you have moved on to indicating waxworks. Yes, that's the size of it. But why? Why, and why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? He's pissed that we're bringing that up, that's for sure. If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his experiment, his demonstration, Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned into the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then give it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asmon. Gah. I wonder why it... Wait, what happened to that guy that was... Wait, I wonder, like, what happened to the guy that was knocked out? Like, is he going to be important for a future case? We'll see. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing this defense's astonishing proposal? Come on, the glass shard is proof that this witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. He did so in collusion with the world's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect deception, he used the waxwork model in a way that in no way resembles the victim. Are you really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? We have evidence. We have gloss evidence, man. Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord. Oh, come on, fuck's sake. We have the gloss. It's like, it's right here. Just tell them that you found the gloss in the body and then that's that. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Okay, fine. Here's the summation examination that's gonna be like jumping to conclusions. So we can get in line. Pretty much like we have the linking evidence here with the glass shard found in the wax model. Like, jeez.
Guilty.
Whatever.
Guilty.
We have to bring up the glass shard now.
Guilty.
It's like we can literally avoid this by just saying the shard is here. It's like we literally have the proof that we know that the wax model was in Crystal Tower. Fine, do this the hard way then. The four juries reached consensus. I knew that was going to happen. Shall we get through this now, Hodor? As we always do. And uncover the new troops along the way, I'm quite sure. Fine, maybe we find something else then from this. I'm going to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their mind. Friends will now embark on the summation examination. Are you ready? Yeah, we're ready. Blah, 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 blah. We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which you have decided the defendant is guilty of the crime he is charged. Alright, fine. Come on, let's do this. Oh, number 6 first? I've known that woman for years. She's never been accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear. This is the most troubling, but surely the waxwork demands though has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my problems with members of the public. I don't trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof the waxwork was ever Okay, there we go. We got proof for that. We got proof for that. Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Alright, got it. We got the proof for the birdcage. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this wax model has polarized opinion. Given this face obscured, and its build in no way resembles the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting this Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have the strong feeling that it's actually a greater clue than anyone realizes. What are you thinking, Naruhodo? I don't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Yeah, I was wondering, like, why was it used out of every other model? Why this one in particular? Unless, like, Draben is, like, doing some big brain play where, like, he wants to bring up the case 10 years ago for some reason. He has some big brain play going on. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yeah, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you're ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Okay. Always. Let's see. Alright, we can go... We start with 6. 1, 2... Okay, you have the best one that we can work off.
Hold it!
But you claimed the whole demonstration was a trick. That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of the hat, isn't there? Whoops. Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst the explosion, there'd be no need to use a real person. If a waxwork was used, the culprit could have at least used to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how criminal or governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us evidence. Without that, it's not just science. We should, yeah, okay, we got evidence now. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed. Yeah, we have evidence. Yeah, we got evidence. Yeah, glass. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you, I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sort of trepidation here. Gee, thanks. You don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you're wearing black yourself, my guy. Namely, the glass shard.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and made for extra strength. Much like the glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Holy smoke! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about takes place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated, is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence is in support of the assertion that has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say colour shouldn't come into it. Ha! In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Okay. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that this is indeed inside that birdcage. Okay, so who said birdcage? So, pretty, yeah. I guess you, because we have evidence now. I don't know. None of these talk about the birdcage, though. Let me press everyone first.
Hold it!
Do you mean the... I got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb. He's been growing back on the farm. Picked him up on the way to town. He's a proper nibbler, see? Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at a time like these. Whenever I've something big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble nobble, guilty bobble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bobble, nibble not guilty out. Yeah. Alright, come on. Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back at home. So, Harebrain's face decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Ooh, I don't know about that. Me tum's awfully full already. Ha! Amazing! Nice one. Alright, you got nothing for us. Now it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. On the other hand, it explains a lot. If there is a reason why that wax was used, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. Truth is, there's a key to this, but it's the most puzzling part too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean. Alright, we press everyone then, for now. If you can read a book while eating rice cracker, I'm sure you can do this. Right, yeah. I've known that woman for all my years. Alright, tell us about it. What's your relationship with her? The order of things seem to change around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. Nice to know. What's wrong with that? Where did I start? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. Public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. Had to fight crime, we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in infancy too. Even more than it is now. Less than I thought. You think he's even older. Ha! Even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right, about 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. I mean, youngish, sure, but you've been in service for 20 years by that point. No, 30 years rather. He looks ancient, yeah. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Oh, you're not bad then. You're not bad. You got good intentions. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of them we were. Full of them. That's coming across loud and clear. Okay, you got nothing to add. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with each other.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh? Okay, come on. Out with it. That's right, oh. That woman is the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Okay, you got nothing for us. Most troubling, surely nothing to do with the coroner.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because the unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? 10 years ago links everyone. True, as it stands we don't know any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightful and romantic if they were involved, had a mutual interest in waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you didn't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and the coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. Oh, defendant. Sorry. I thought she was shipping Ryunosuke and Van Zeeks. but she's shipping Albert and Van Zeeks. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Scythe would be enough. I agree. As soon as we have a whiff of connection, she'll be first to know. I have my own problems with members of the police. I don't trust them much. Alright, what's up, magician man? What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions. I've been following on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform magics on parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Okay, what's up?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Otomo? Right, because that's what Herlock called you. Who are you calling a mass murderer? Ah, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like that man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was wondering if you wanted something to add to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of investigation done right. Especially when Courtney Stevens. Courtney Stevens, huh? Alright. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry, got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sife's maiden name. Okay, Courtney Stevens. So that you were there 10 years ago. She did. Oh, so if she faked the autopsy. Oh. Oh. If she faked the autopsy of the guy, of the professor. Oh. Okay. Courtney. Oh, Courtney. Oh. Oh. Oh, Courtney. Courtney. Okay. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Sife now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Oh yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens before I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner, even then. And then we link her back. The waxwork the band stole has nothing to do with the coroner.
Objection!
Nope. There we go. Autopsy report from 10 years ago. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume you've heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sife, which in turn revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, a woman of society, I find such connections and relations irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean. Dr. Sife's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would like this court to look at this. The evidence that links Sife to the professor... Yeah. Where is it? The killer autopsy report.
Take that!
And now we're gonna get Van Zeek's riled up because this is 10 years ago. I have here a certain autopsy from 10 years ago. 10-year-old autopsy report? Where does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer, known as the Professor. The Professors... But man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. Zeke's your turn. Pretty much, yeah. I want to see Zeke's go on a mad tear over this. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light. It appears the professor's autopsy conducted by Sife 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Drebber was very deliberately stole the waxwork from the professor to spells. A waxwork doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim Asmon at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Courtney Sife and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. As them is the professor. Oh, that would be spicy. That would be spicy, actually, if it was the professor. Because we don't see his face. So, if it turns out he is the professor, that'll be a bit nutso. A bit, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That'll be something. And what? We'll see. We'll see. I don't think so. I'm doubtful in that, but there is something, I don't know. But I feel like the professor's face has to be someone that we recognize. Like, the professor is someone we know here. So, it could be anyone. No, not anyone, but like, I feel like they're gonna be a face that we recognize. Obviously not Drebber. So then it has to be Asmund then. Yeah. Because it has to be a face we recognize. Obviously not Gina, and obviously not anyone like that we know. We'll see. Who's the most sus? I mean, obviously it's gonna be Osman. Besides me. Ha! Ha! I mean, if it's I don't think it's Strongheart. Unless Strongheart was like, yep, I'm gonna kill Van Zeke's brother to train up Barak into being a top prosecutor. We'll see though, yeah. Alright, what about you, policeman? Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yards. Best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Alright, that's two of them. Alright, this is a wild spin. Okay, we have to... I guess being evidence, we have to press... You have to pit the Gloss guy. Gloss with... It's also to think these two be conniving with each other. I don't trust them much. And evidence.
Objection!
Okay, evidence then. Because I thought she was asking for evidence surrounding Scythe. But just any evidence, I guess, is fine. Good gracious. Two statements to refer, counsel. If you put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. I'm hungry. I'm getting hungry. I didn't have much lunch today because I streamed early. So I didn't eat much lunch. And the corn is making me hungry. Ooh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make accusation without evidence. But an accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second bridge on the day in question, Birdcage, is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Ooh, is that right? Would it be fair to say, need some fish and chips? Maybe, something like that. Anything. I might get a snack in a bit. I am feeling it in my stomach. I might get a snack in a bit. But let's continue. You heard to say you didn't follow the argument? Eat some yogurt. Jogurt? I don't think we have yogurt in the house. We have like those yogurt drinks like Yakult. But we don't have yogurt. Eating ASMR stream. Ha! I don't understand that much Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Besides Colonel Cobb. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed by solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Let's go. Cancelling the other 2024 stream. Ha. Oh well. Me too, then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman he says is right, then he must be right. So, I wouldn't dream of going as Colonel Cobb, or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Are you a child, or, like, are you just small? I can't tell, like, I don't think they'd put children in the jury. So, success, if you call it that. Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. Got the Bohemian boy. I mean, true, but he's a witness, not a jury member. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another victory. Alright, victory time. Alright, back in session. A waxwork of the despicable professor uses a body double for the victim in a quite extraordinary case. I must say, extremely hard to believe the assertion that could be possibly true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Drebber and Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and a testimony. If the court was to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the models to be summoned as a witness. Okay, Tuspels. The owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to the whole line of inquiry. Okay, because of 10 years ago. I think he's like, really, he wants to know as well. Because of 10 years ago. Make arrangements for Tuspels to appear as a witness, with immediate effect. Okay, and what about... Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Yeah, we're opening up something nutso, huh? 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witnesses and prepare for her to take the stand. Man to spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Alright. We fully heal now. To be continued. Alright. Alright, let's save. And I'll be right back. One sec. Let me grab something to munch on. One sec. I'll be right back. After this bit. Just so there's BGM in the background and not like nothing. Defendant's antechamber. Okay, there we go. I'll be back in a sec. Let me just grab something. With the outro music? No, I put that as an ending theme. So, I don't want to use... That's my ending screen. And there's nothing else for the schedule. Intro. Nah, it's fine. This is fine. Just look at Sholmes. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me just have a bit of a snack before we continue, since I didn't have... I had lunch... Well, I had a quick lunch, so like... Because I started earlier. One sec. Also, like, it's obvious when I'm eating, like what's it called? What's up? I tried, like, having, like, a snack on stream once, but then it's like facing the song to OG. But, like, yeah, it feels like... It's obvious when I have food in my mouth when I eat. So... I don't tend to... I don't really snack at the same time when I stream. Even, like, having something like... a sweet, or, like, something like a small bit in my mouth is clear when I'm eating.
I can't really speak right now. It's pretty obvious.
Actually, you can talk now. Ha. But yeah, like, even like a little bit in my mouth. It's like there's something in my mouth. So yeah, I don't really snack while I'm on stream. It's a flapjack. It's like a flapjack bar.
Or will I be eating?
Yeah, no. Also infinite. Ha. I have lots in my house. Flapjack, but I just have a lot of them. And some like leftover like prawn crackers. That's loud. That's loud. I'm in front of my mic. Imagine completing the sequence, but you snack bars. Let me just break them, huh? You'd throw Joker. I know some people also don't like. I know some people also don't like eating sounds. Like, what's it called again? There's something about it. There's like a term for it. Like, they just don't like eating sounds. I forgot the term for it. So that's partly why, but also because I can't speak. Like, it's clear when there's food in my mouth, so it's hard to speak in the first place. But I also know like some people also have that thing where they just don't like the sounds of chewing and stuff like that. I've got a term for it. Let me look it up. That's it. Yeah, misophonia. That's it. People don't like that. I don't mind it myself. It depends. I don't mind it myself, I think. I'm fine with it. I think it's also because, like, I like the sound design of, like, chewing. Like, what's it called? I saw for, like, The Evil Within, the guy recording sounds, the Foley artist. And it's like, because there's, like, zombie-like enemies, and like when they like do munching sounds, but the guy just goes ham on like a watermelon for the sound recording. So it's it's like a weird appreciation for like chewing sounds I have, I guess. I know this like, you know, eating ASMR. I don't have an ASMR mic though. Honestly, ASMR mics, they look insane. Like, they look amazing. And like, they look like something like, they're really expensive. So, unless you're like dedicated to ASMR, you wouldn't, you know, buy one on a whim. Unless you're rich or you're dedicated to ASMR as a craft, like ASMR videos and whatnot. Unless you're dedicated, you wouldn't buy one offhand. Unless you're rich, of course, but... It's funny how, because your model doesn't turn 90 degrees, playing the table on your side or left, ironing bed thing you have next to you. Ha! No, I have like a bucket of like prawn crackers next on my lap. So I'm looking down a bit like this. And also I'm eating away from the mic. My mic is right in front of me. My mic is right in front of me. So I'm going away from the mic like this. To like, you know, so it's not directly eating into the mic. So you don't just hear me going chew 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 in the mic. Just every time Zeke's in the corner, ah shit, here we go again. Pretty much. Like, there's so many wine stains and like glass. That's like, bruh, please. That's why I think I can turn 90. I don't know. Can I turn 90? I can't tell. It's not 90, it's like 45 degrees. Yeah, not 90, like 45 degrees. 45, 60-ish. 50 degrees, yeah. Okay. Looks 30. Yeah, not fully turned around then. I don't think, do live CD ones, I know obviously there's 3D models. I don't think live 2D does that. To see if Barry's going by. Ha! All right, last bite before you continue. Alright. I'm fine now. I don't know who, but some Englishman posted about how someone walking down the road with a shopping cart. The nearest place with a shopping cart is 5 minutes away. Ha! To be fair, like, sometimes people just take the shopping carts from supermarkets and then just bring them, like, gosh knows far away. You have like issues of like people just dumping shopping carts in like rivers and like wherever and like canals and whatnot. So it's like sometimes, yeah, shopping cart, but nowadays like shopping carts have magnets, so it's hard to get them out of the. But why? Shopping carts are really good for carrying lots of things. To be honest, like if you're bringing it somewhere, like you are carrying a shopping cart. You're carrying something in your shopping cart, unless of course you're being a prankster and like messing around. But that's another thing. I do get it though. Like people like, it's a lot. Like shopping carts are really good for like carrying stuff, like a wheelbarrow of airflow. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, like, it's handy. Hey there, welcome. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Alright, it's been almost 5 hours now. Yeah, good thing I started early. It seems we're in the deep end for this case. So, there's still a lot to go through. Alright. The Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? Seems the first donation code can be it's gonna be a ransom. Ha! What? To start streams earlier or something? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, but yeah, I always have lunch before I stream. So I don't tend to get hungry during streams. Unless it's like I'm playing like Misty's Izakaya, and it's like, here's all this good looking food. Get hungry. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I wonder where Iris is. I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What is the professor business all about? He doesn't seem like any professor I've met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor... When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. Dungeon Munch is for the opposite effect. Interesting. Yeah, I want to play that at some point. It's just that the sales have only been like, what, 10% sales? So it's not like much of a sale, so I can wait until there's like a cheaper sale. Sorry for being so cheap. I like the artwork I like the look of it as well, the artwork. But I'll wait until it's a cheaper sale on it. I expect to stay rich. Ha. Like I mean, to be honest, like I don't get like people who are like super rich and they like buy like supercars and all that stuff. Like I don't find the need for it. Like if I was ever in that much money, like I wouldn't go all out and splurge on like supercars and, you know, nutso stuff like that. Like I'll be fine with this with like I mean to be fair, like there is stuff expensive that I do want to get at one point. Like I would love to get a drawing tablet that has a screen on it. Okay, there's cheaper stuff. There's cheaper ones out there, but like, you know, the big ones that are like 2,000 or something, like those ones. To be fair, that's not like a massive splurge, but still. Or it's like, it'd be nice to get a PS5, but yeah, expensive. I would love to replace your broken tea set. I see, yeah. I don't really have a tea set. I mean, kind of, but like we don't really treat it like a tea set. It's just there. You're not supposed to colonize Mars just so no one can interfere with your jurisdiction. Raise the homicide with Kovolins. Ha! Good luck. I love how it's like I'm saying some really simple stuff and you're saying like, here's like my master plan. But yeah, let's continue. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. It turns out Lord Van Ziek's even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock, and now a waxwork of the killer who's took his esteemed brother's life, makes an appearance too. Disposable cash so I could buy games and other shit for people, so I could raise their opinion of me. So that it would be okay with listening to me. First, don't buy your friends. Don't buy friends. Don't buy them like that. Like, funny thing is, like, what's it called? Like, I had some friends before, like, a friend, like, who wasn't a fan of getting gifted games. Like, he's always like, he feels the need to pay them back at some point. That, you know, if you gift him something, he feels bad about it, that he wants to give something back. So, funny thing with that. I'm not buying. Just want someone to notice me. Ah, I see. I mean, you don't have to buy attention, I guess. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. If you bought people, make sure to have countermeasure in case someone pays a higher price. Damn. Give me his number. He's gonna find some refined uranium in his store on Christmas Day. Ha! An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound so deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, what's a Scythe and Zeke's. Everybody tries a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Alright, that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. There, now we accuse you. Dr. Scythe. Who isn't Cash? If I befriend them first, I can manipulate them. Jeez. I hope you're joking. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nay. Stevens. Good day to you. Mostly joking. Ha. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping you'll take a stand and tell the truth about what happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Oh, gee, thanks, Strongheart. Gee, thank you, Strongheart. Strongheart. Oh, right, because Strongheart is like, lo, I need my forensics team to become Lord Attorney or something. Jeez. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you get information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. Oh yeah, true. I mean, at least Susato gave the truth eventually. So, good day to you. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you know it the truth. I want to try caramel, just a bar of caramel. I haven't tried that before. I guess there's like Tutti Frutti, Ootsie Tootsie, Tutti Frutti, not Tutti Frutti. That bar from like, it's like American. I've had it once, but Tootsie Roll. Yeah, that's it. A Tootsie bar. And it's like, yeah, I didn't finish it. Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Caramel coating, yeah. Like too much caramel is just chewy. I like hard caramel. Or is that toffee? Like those Werther's original? I think that's toffee, not caramel. Or is it caramel? I like those, the hard ones. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. Oh, it's not caramel, okay. It's toffee. No matter what. It's like a hard toffee. "24th October, 12:40 PM. The Old Bailey courtroom." Alright, my guy is still in the middle. Let's finish this today. Yeah, let's go. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of the court. Popcorn, caramel, and chocolate coating. Does that count? Yeah, that counts, yeah. Caramel coating. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. What are you talking about? Oh, just caramel. Just caramel. It's literally talking about like caramel bar. Because Sholmes is eating a caramel bar. So I was talking about caramel. And like whether Werther's original was toffee or caramel. And it turns out it's toffee. A hard toffee. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. It would have been far much if you just took my eyes. Fair. Too much information, huh? Ha! That seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nippany is involved, my lord. So then, let's begin our explanation of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in the matter. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord, as we are still awaiting the arrival to spells. Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame to spells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have an accomplice, Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Oh, Sholmes' wax sculpture. State your name and occupation in the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of Madame Tuspels' Museum of Waxwork. You have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit will be open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is he carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There are demands for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have been told outside of the courtroom, that's not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I attest to say that he was evident. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. In the book, Holmes. Oh, wow! His wax statue got sniped. Damn. Are you suggesting we should now see the masked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock. That is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, the man's ID was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His ID remains a closely guarded national secret. I don't think Zeke knows who it is. I think he's in disbelief. He's in disbelief about the professor's face. That he actually has the face. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? The family Tuspel has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about Tuspel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. Principle in question break national law. Sometimes principles are more important, huh? A member of the Tuspel family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oh, Madame Marie Antoinette. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today at the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the man Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come. You should come. I think, Madame, beneficial to hear your formal testimony. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. Testimony. The Professor Waxwork. A special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a room at Church Society in London. The impression of visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. It is the aid of the Great Vicar. He created a mold for the head in the cemetery. Oh! For the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. Oh, that's why she knows. Wait, so she just snitched on... She snitched on she snitched on like thingy Enoch Drebber just by like he's part of the exhibit. Unless it's someone else. I'll do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family separated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do? Huh? So you truly saw it. The face of the monster. I guess that explains why Drebber was there in the first place. Naturally, I was aware at the time his identity was a secret. But to spells would not be to spells if we don't insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen a special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. He does look, yeah. I mean, I think, yeah. Everyone knows. To be fair, everyone knows it's Drebber. Was the Bowmaster to blame for the Great Blaze? Oh, what, Great Fire of London? Zeeks is like on edge right now. He's on edge. Asman! Wait, Asman? Asman is an artist? Asman is an artist for the newspaper. Huh. That's his signature. Weird. Alright, so Asman is linked to this. Special exhibit was based upon the picture in the article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. 10 years old article has been added to the court record. Man rises from grave. It's too absurd for words. Asman is an artist, so he could be the professor. Yeah, he's the artist, yeah. Mad sheep rampage. Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. The Great Stink. Parliament to find interest foul issue. Grave rises. Executed criminal turns in the dead of night. Local cemetery. The young man who was witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest. Wait, what? The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second a gunshot rang out, suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. The university student who experienced this shock is Mr. Enoch Drebber, disciple of science at the University of London and resident of student dorms. Wait, so what? He got wait, what? The body got shot from behind? Or was that just like... Wait, what? The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. Someone shot... Oh wait, from behind him. Someone shot... Huh. I don't know if it's relevant though, because it's like... I don't know if it's relevant though, because... So if the text is relevant, they usually don't have it... They usually put a text by itself. Okay, but yeah, Asman rather. As well. Behind Drebber... I think behind Drebber. What if the body was fake from the beginning? We'll see. There's definitely some spice to this. The public enjoys absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days ago before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links the Drebber to Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Nice rhyme. Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit... Alright. Impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with autistic firing principles. Aid of the grave digger.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? The professor never got buried. Maybe. It would seem the proprietors of the repository of the novelties provided monetary greed. How do they do with money? The man is part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him, to record history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tispel Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary President know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui, exactement. I hid myself until he gave a signal. I was there for a long time that night. You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open. Oh! Okay, he had a mask on him when he died. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear. What a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night... wait. Isn't rigor mortis meant to happen? Or maybe it was too... It's like... Maybe rigor mortis is too early. It's afterwards then. Like, it's still in the stage before rigor mortis. Write this down, write this down. His chin... I mean, or maybe he's dead. Maybe he's alive then. He's alive then, yeah. Because if his mouth was moving down, he was alive. What do you mean? Preferred window. When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that mountain significant? It's because of rigor... Okay, there we go. Rigor mortis. Wrigley mortis? It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. Wait a minute. The autopsy report. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. Oh. Timing. 3 hours. Timing. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. Approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is rigid and inflexible. And from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often called estimate time of death when the body is discovered. It's used. Well, that was educational, if a little scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the court just heard from Madame Tispel's. It's significant, yeah. We got it. Information about rigor mortis you just mentioned of us. Would you mind including in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere has become extremely grave. Thanks, Susato. There's no time for jokes, Susato. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien, sir. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Before. I think we can do the thing, like the joke. Yeah, thanks, Susato. There we go, autopsy report. Madam to Spells. I have here the autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following execution at the gallows. And? Is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and particular detail in the report completely contradict each other. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony... Wait, where's Kazuma? Is he still there, or is Van Zeek's blocking him? According to her testimony, Spells was creating the wax impression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first set of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he can't have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Saif's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. Okay, there he is. He was just blocking him. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have been set in. What? Yes, you're right, the chin. It would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at a stated time. Impossible. Order. Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict it over the report Dr. Saif, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay prison where the execution took place. By heck. Extraordinary. Not in my day.
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Oh, he got shot! Oh, it was when he died when he got shot. He died when he got shot. My guy died when he got shot. He faked his death and then got shot. No pulse. I mean, I think she was like, you know, concerned. Like, I guess she just avoided doing the pulse check. I think. Who could have shot him though? Yeah. What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Saif and the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. Only someone who knows everything when the Starcliffe shot him. Yeah. What really happened that night on the execution? The newspaper.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. I'm surprised because we actually used the magnifying glass this time to read the actual happening here. Also, Asmund, yeah. Asmund, oh, was Asmund there then? Yes, you use your brain. Ha! Thanks. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor, published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, the article says there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. We. The young man who stole the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. Any case, those are 10 years ago now. There would be surely no hope of finding him.
Objection.
It's Asman. Asman knew. Asman knew. That's why he got killed. On the contrary, my lord, we all know the witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here, before my very eyes. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene? Oh, as in Drebber. Like, literally Drebber, because he was there. Are we just forgetting Drebber was there?
Take that!
The man in question is Enoch Drebber. Drebber. Like, yeah, I mean, I think, like, it was obvious to all of us that Drebber was there. We know he was there. I guess these guys don't know he was there. Or just forgot. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates the decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Enoch Drebber. Order, order, order. Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Drebber? Is that name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? Oh, no, I think Tussauds Gravedigger is a different gravedigger from Drebber. Is a different gravedigger. They arrived after Drebber ran away, I think. Head of the police, Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None. But that would mean Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name, Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the arrest articles, he was only described as a certain young man. No details were published about his ID. His name was never revealed. Oh, that is, apart from in one newspaper. Ah. The Daily Circus. It is a paper which... Oh, I see. That's why not everyone knows. That makes sense now. Paper article for which I have shown in court. You're saying his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me. Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. The discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit in my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see, so you went to meet Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. A poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate a scene of terror from the cemetery. Yeah, because she's all about that legitimacy. Alright, everything is now linked, huh? So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from the grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated this claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing today. Even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim, and his face obscured by a mask. The question is why the man would do such a thing. Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Asman, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard, Dr. Syfe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Oh! Oh! Oh, the wound was a bullet wound, and the neck being broken was the... Huh. Weird. Let's just find out more. Dr. Syfe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal was still alive. The criminal who's appeared, her resignation was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was deadly secret. The coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. Ah, wait. So Drebber wants to expose Syfe, my lord. This court must summon Syfe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Drebber are connected. We surprise Zeeks, that's for sure. Time to go against Lord Strongheart. Screw you, Strongheart. We're getting her in the court. According to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Syfe is unable to participate in the proceedings. Is that not the case? Come on, help us, Zeeks. Help us. She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Strongheart? The Pandora's box you're warned about is the professor's case. Help me out, man. Pretty much. Come on, Zeeks. Let's find out the truth. Together. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody will want to get to the bottom of that anymore than Lord Van Zeeks. Come on, Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued by Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
Yeah, like Zeeks is like, he's determined. Like, he's not like at work, like he does have moments of like being biased against us, but like he does help us. He helps us a bunch in cases, in a fair bit actually. Like last case with Saseki as well. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Syfe both take the stand together. Order, order, order. Very well. I'll uphold your request. Narhodo and Zeke's tag team. We'll see. We'll see how things go for like... I'm looking forward to it though. I'm looking forward to it. To see like how things conclude together. Bailiff, send a sub-peona with immediate effect. Address the Syfe of the forensic team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Yeah, Zeke just summoned Syfe now. Zeke summoned Syfe. Yeah. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Syfe. If they were colluding with one another, this crime could have never been committed. Is that a gank? Yeah. It's a massive case. I'm just a stone throw away, I can feel it. But yeah, Edgeworth helped us in that case, yeah. Mixing the Reaper summon the Syfe. Ah! I was wondering why she was called Syfe. Like, I know Syfe, like Syfe, but like, why? Truth is all about to come out. Shelly the killer. Yeah, clearly the killer. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. Zeke stepped into court today, not expecting to have his past dug up. Pretty much, yeah. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature. As long as the truth... All these cases are more amazing, literally mind games, yeah. As long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as with any prosecutor worth his salt. Ah, yeah, he's already like he doesn't have any of the issues that, like, let's say Edgeworth had with like finding the truth. He already knows who he is. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, and maybe her daughter will carry on as the forensics team person, maybe. As the investigating coroner, you're the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It's the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? Strongheart trained him well, too well perhaps. Ha! Like, Strongheart is really suspicious. Like, he's like desperate. Strongheart is desperate to become the Lord Attorney, to like take control of the police force and like make Great Britain have a strong police force. He's desperate for that. He's desperate, so we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if we're suspended again. If like we somehow get suspended, or like Van Zeeks gets suspended. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor. Ha! Ha! One way to put it. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes. An official pronounced him dead. Officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from Time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Tch, don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that murderous event, mysterious, was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in her evil scheme, in fact. Ah, blackmail her. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So, he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Mountain Spells, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Drebber, your testimony, please. Even about the events that night, 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. I guess, like, the highlighted bits are just emphasis. Like, he just, like, putting emphasis on those words. The reason I was in Logate Cemetery an old 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. The illustration was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And I gave up on my dream to become a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Ha. He's saying he's lying. You claim he didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believe that corpse would come back from the dead. But, so, you're saying this article is not so worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes? Ugh. The details in the article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for why Trevor and Scythe would be working together. He's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right, grave robbing. Alright, cool. As you know, Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by ghosts of the condemned spirits. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any Bibles buried with the dead. So, you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You wouldn't invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Well, counsel, for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine now. At once, my lord. Alright, where's the hole in... How do we prove he was there, though? How do we prove... Oh, the gunshot wound. The gunshot, maybe. The reason I was at Logate was a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration of the article was based on my witness that night.
Hold it!
Maybe we bring in Asman in. The strange happening at Logate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But I didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News. But unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end though, it was reported from the gossip rags, the gutter press that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me in my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what happened that night. Alright. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned the condemned man was the infamous Professor. I was going to say Reaper. Because the reporter told me so, I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop in around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well... Thinking back now, I never actually saw the Professor Lovo.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained it already, didn't I? Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So, it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. Among us. Yeah, among us. There's no imposter. Well, there is an imposter. Technically, the wax doll is an imposter of Asmon. And as a result, only two willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But he said he actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. I love his smile. I love this pose. He looks really cool. After the resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves that I encountered the professor that night. Do we? Do we, though? Not really. There's a photograph that you existed 10 years ago. Do we have evidence that he was there? Not really. I don't know. Is there material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Naruto, I know. I need to present it against that irritating, battering statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Alright, so we have to... Soon afterwards I was visited by a young woman...
Hold it!
Okay. Let's to spells. No one being man to spells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by a name published in the article and... Comsa. I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Oh. Oh. He took a photo. He must have taken me. Oh. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? I checked the camera, but there was nothing inside. I checked it, but there's nothing in there. It's empty. Yeah, the cover came open. There's a glass plate. There's no plate. It's been removed. Unless, she has the camera plate, but there's nothing inside it. But it turns out, okay, this is the actual camera then. Maybe the front? Oh! Okay, fine, there's blood. Wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. But whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, father tells me the time... tells me when the wrong with his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Ha! Poor professor. Look, Naruto, what is it? On the bellows, just here, there seems to be very red dark stains. This is right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh, my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Okay. And we know it's from... Okay. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night. So I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. Part of the special exhibit of the House of Horrors. I'm a very meticulous about Justino. It is a Tuspel's way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery. Yeah, interesting. Okay, I think now we can present it to the... I think now we do the camera. There's a bloodstain for some reason. Oh, I think that's the evidence now. And now we present the camera.
Objection.
No. Okay, what? Okay, maybe we have to double... Okay, I think we have to do that double check evidence thing again. Press him again and then he'll ask for evidence.
Hold it.
Alright, now it's like he's gonna say like, do you have evidence? And then I think now we can do the camera. Unless of course you have evidence. I don't know. We do have evidence. Wait, but what? Where do we put it then? I guess we have to bring up that he gave the camera to Spells. And then that's like, why is that blood? I guess this statement?
Objection.
No. What the hell then? Then what then? Like, there's blood on it. We saw that. There's a dark stain on it. And then it's held by Drebber 10 years ago. Alright, double check this statement. Article you mean? Published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed the Dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. Carelessly let slip that night out of digging. I was digging up grades, hardly a model student you might say. And university reputation was expressly defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of the university, you found your employment in somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science and knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate noble forcing technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Alright. Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he be suddenly change his tune and recant his crime? I don't know if because his circumstances have changed now. Well, if he admits to having seen the professor ready from life from the grave, it will expose a secret outside his past he would desperately want to hide. Of course, Drebber and Scythe are working together now. If Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason to continue to cooperate. Only one way around it. I have to prove he really did see it. She claimed, yeah, exactly. Okay, if we had the plate there, but I'm missing something then. If we had the plate there, but we already inspected this. And we saw the inside had blood already. Maybe we have to open it. Maybe we open it up from the back when it's open, maybe? Because we checked this blood stain. Maybe if you open from the back while it's open? No. Photographic plate. Yeah, we don't have one. So then what now? If we had the plate, this would be easier, but... What do we do now then? Like, this camera has a blood stain on it. Okay, maybe this part then. By moonlighting, you mean the grave robbery, don't you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene in my appearance to gaze onto that. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to bury a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. There isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Well, obviously that can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, you young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. As we were told ourselves, every time we stoned the graveyard at night, spade in hand, you realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said the same thing. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity which you revealed this abhorrent behaviour. Well, if you wanted to know why I was here at Logo, that's the reason. I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Then what then? I've pressed everything. I realized I never saw the professor at all, though. I mean, yeah. Maybe we double press you.
Hold it!
Maybe we double press it. A bit bad to spells. And then circus. £5. Yeah, and then she saw the camera. And the camera was sold. Sold the camera. I still have it. What? Then what now? What now then? Now it's just weird then. What do we sell? As in, what's the evidence that he was there? What's the evidence he was there? Because we have the camera, but there's nothing in the camera. So I'm just confused now. What else do we do? Unless this is proof, the man who witnessed the gunshot. Maybe you have to ask him about the gunshot, maybe? Because what's this gunshot business then? I guess the article. We have nothing else to go off, really. Or maybe the head, like, why would you take the head then? That's not really proof he was there.
Objection!
Okay, the article he's saying is a lie is gonna be the evidence to say he was there. Fine. Sorry, Mr. Joe, but I don't believe that. I guess you have to ask about the gunshot. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based on what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Oh! Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. I see. It's too specific. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that a man would wear the mask to hide his identity. He was to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens wanted to see the man's face. Obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. Ah, okay. That makes sense. I guess. I just missed that detail. I thought like, I don't know. Okay, now that makes sense now. So Drebber, as you've heard. Yeah. I guess we can't present it until we get the camera knowledge as well. A lot of students at the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about this condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Ugh. I didn't realize there was a mask in the illustration. I thought it was like, let me see, because it looked like with the illustration, I thought it was like, you know, I didn't realize it was a mask. I thought it was just like, you know, zombie face. I didn't realize it was the Iron Mask. I thought it was like a zombie face or something, like, you know, mysterious face in shadows. Like, does it mention in text? Young man witnessed gunshot rang out. Yeah, it doesn't mention that. If it mentioned in the article as well that a mask-clad rise from the grave, maybe I'd get that. Maybe it'd probably like escape my thoughts, but like I thought this was stylized zombie face. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. As I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had in my head that I'd seen such a bird-crawling sight. Afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You were still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only to have me to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. When I in fact was a fellow grave robber at work. Okay, press this.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? No, but he's dead. Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole we dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student, unequally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medicine school students would wear masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps and fired upon them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well, you can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on
Strange.
later on by the reporter. Alright,
Excuse me.
any help to spell? Man to spells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange. That is all. Solmes deserves it. Ha! How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago, your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, none? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That is no way to speak to a lady. Gah. Please, Madame Tispels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear. Yeah, Cheeks is like just pissed off. It's like, nah, no BS this time. Just go ahead. He did hear a gunshot from behind him, and a bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. None. You were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Drebber. Now the camera. Yeah, now the camera with the blood. Yes. You refute the account that is given by Madame to Spells. I have no recollection of saying those things. Come on. Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Okay, now the camera. Now the camera. There was no gunshot from behind me, nor a spattering of blood. Yeah, get screwed.
Objection!
There we go. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. Someone's lent it to us. True, true. We're just borrowing, don't worry. We know is that blame it on Sholmes. The lens extends forward at the end of some bellows. And like this.
Hold it!
What's that? They're just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Yeah, Van Zieks was like instant, like you don't even need to say it. He's like, nah, I'm on this right away. I'm on this case. Ah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here in the bellows, in fact. Good lord. Is that Shum's call objection? I'd love to hear him do one, but I don't think he's done one at all. Are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. It appeared to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. Yes, to test whether or not its blood is simple enough. I propose Mantis Spell's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone? Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Do we have to say it's obvious? the person next to him.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe. Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if this was to come to light. What are you insinuating? If you notice this of like Judge, pay attention. Just pay attention to the courtroom, please. And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, Oh, I get it. Oh, I guess like the reason why Sholmes doesn't want the Hound of Baskervilles to be out is because like there's a lot of like hidden stuff with this. Maybe they killed Asmund because maybe Asmund was killed because he illustrated the article. So maybe everyone connected to it is gonna get killed off. Maybe we'll see. Maybe that's why Sholmes knows not to publish the story, or like so like Iris doesn't get killed off by it or something. That'd be unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Did I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What are you suggesting would mean that execution never actually happened? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Yeah, we're coming in like government secrets, like government conspiracy. We're going all in. Ryunosuke doesn't care. We have to find the truth. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one can escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact the man did escape his hanging. If that really were true, counsel, implications of this misconduct would not stop at supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Yeah, he said it, who I don't care. Yeah, pretty much. Everything got suspended. Yeah. So like our first day back in court, back to the suspension, back to Sholmes' attic with you, Ryunosuke. It's for a good cause. Let's see how this goes, though. I feel like Strongheart is pissed because this is gonna hurt. This is going to hurt Strongheart's claim to become great attorney. Sorry, yeah, the great attorney, whatever it's called, Lord Attorney. If that meant being complicit in a crime, you mean? I mean that Scythe wasn't collaborating in Drebra's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh, the boot. It's been a while. Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just a sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from the tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Alright, he's giving us some resistance to force us out into saying more stuff, I think. Or to force us to find the truth. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The criminal was murdered. The victim. A man who's already invested money in the venture and will be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Asmund. Okay, now Asmund the illustrator. Are you forgetting that his death results in me not receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of that contract between myself and the victim, no? Oh, we have Asmund's signature now. Okay, illustrator Asmund, let's go. Journalist Asman. Motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic science to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving. If the research grant was the aim, Asman's life would make no sense anyway. Taking Asman's life. Which means Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was trying to kill Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned Nipponese friend. He didn't even say Nipponese. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. I see. He's just giving us a timer. Like, please, if you have something, give it to us now. Let's see if you can come back to your heady proposal, shall we? Oh, I was wondering. He didn't throw at all yet. But I see. Kazuma leans backwards when he's gonna throw it. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet, and I'm going to have to present it. 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yeah, the contract and the illustration. Yes, my lord. The motive and claims why is right here.
Take that!
It's the newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense. That means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly insignificant. However, when we consider alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Asman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you'll present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence was when incorporations established a motive. The contract.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this paper and article have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly you were determined to kill O.D. Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? The signature. Easy.
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature! The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belongs to the same person. What? As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago by a newspaper reporter who found Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between a witness and the victim last year, you can see clearly Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Oh, good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and who wrote the article published by Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of the case, O.D. Asman. Oh, he does like have that collapse like a robot. But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the victim witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell. That is quite beyond the pale. You define retribution. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The daily— oh, revenge! It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. And I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. I see revenge on Asmund. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of the criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Asmund. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did. Only had them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection.
Lowgate! Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. Or the trophy. How dare you? I have the evidence to prove it. How are you in the position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could possibly disprove the idea that I was happy to do because I lack talent? Yeah, you have a trophy, my dude. You kept it after all these years.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. Yeah, he's no idiot. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects in the future were excellent, weren't they, Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of one paper article. I don't know when you realized who Asmund was, but when it was dawned on you, he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Ah, the truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Come on, fold. Not yet, huh? Oh, it's gonna be Scythe now. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? Exactly as the Japanese man said. I like Drebber's motivation is probably the best of so far we've seen in geology. Yeah, I do get it. His life was ruined, and now he's working as a fraudster, and his name is in the mud. So I do get it. He's like pissed off. Like everyone reported it and kept him anonymous. But then it's like here's Drebber with like Asman with like here's like his ID. I'm surprised though that he was fine with getting a sculpture. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I see. Maybe he was already fired. He was expelled already by the time that by the time he was expelled. Spells talked to him afterwards, and he was desperate for money. I was coerced into going along this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord. You're admitting it now? Really? It seems too easy. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's so true. That day, when I arrived at this crystal tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from the decade ago, I'd done my best to bury deep inside. Wait, what's this? Or is it the shard? It was the professor again, staring at me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. Oh, a note. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. Had to be done. Okay, so another one of these like we're protecting the higher ups deal. I can only apologize now. Okay, can we see the face now then to spells? Can we unlock the guy's face? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. Alright, just bring him down with you now. Screw it. So then, Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has committed everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten that this kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by the explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way to prove I did anything wrong. No. Alright, one last trick up your sleeve. Order, order, order. Whatever the man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Alright. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. Oh, okay. This trial is not the proper forum to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of... No! No! Judge, don't do this. The defendant is Professor Hairbrain. Very true. It has slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to allegations by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. Oh, you mean... As the present time is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? Okay, we're gonna be like left hanging on a thread over this case for a while, huh? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Hairbrain's innocence. Without further ado then, it's a bit anticlimactic, but I think like there's a lot more implications going on about 10 years ago. It feels a bit anticlimactic, but because like we didn't even have Drebber have like a massive breakdown. There was no like big breakdown. He just fell to his knees. There was no like, you know, double Susato takedown or like, what's it called? Shamspear getting shot or something like that. So, there's still more to come, of course. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Can we see the face now? Can we see the guy's face? Can we see his face? I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? Okay, never mind, there's still more. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what is that you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out in the open. Right. Let's go, Naruhodo. Yes, in hindsight. Oh, right. This one. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, Shelm's just watching in the gallery, proud as hell. I'm sure Shelms knew. He must have deduced that this would have happened. Yes, I'm here in a court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case this escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting the business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Okay, thanks, Zeeks. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? Well, what is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case that has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You what? Lord Van Zeeks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I'll uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you have testified for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Drebber. Very well. Alright. Witness testimony. The waxwork plot. It all began the night I saw the waxwork in a note tucked inside a jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. This is to help the entire forensic unit to address the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Okay, where do we go with here then? So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for deception. So it seems. I know they're meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. That's so kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? What I did was record the location of the body being at Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. Let's roll. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the seat, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Huh. You must be thankful for the small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say. No. I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at the expression on Saib's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine the witness, any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you do so desire, counsel, proceed with cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright. Here goes. Cross-examination. The waxwork plot. It all began the scene when I saw the waxwork in a note tucked in his jacket. The actual body of the victim was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged. Okay, arranged.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instruction in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asman. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage. Took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Okay. And then you noted it in your fake autopsy report as the fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Ah! My word. What is it, Sasato? Something about Saif's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yeah, mine too. Saif. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls you to add what you just said to this formal testimony. Oh? Which part? Which part on the supplement testimony with is... Stab wound in the chest. Which one's the most sus part though? Wait. How though? It got hit from the bottom. What's the sus part then? The real cause of death, what she did to the victim. I don't know. Like, if he really died by, or what she did to the victim. Okay, is she saying she stabbed him with it? Wait, that means... I don't know. There's something weird, but I don't know what it is. Poking from the grill in the base of what remains. So why is the... I mean, she planted it there, of course. I don't know. Both seem weird. Why would you lie in the first place, then? Let me put the real cause of death. The cause of death being the full 30 feet, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. Christian concurs. Very well, you supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. Cause of death was a neck trauma. As was having a 30-foot fall. Dinner time. Almost. Soon. Soon. Why would there be neck trauma though? Oh, you just got dinner. Fair.
Objection.
No, that's wrong. Wait, what? Within neck trauma. Hold on. There's something weird about that though. Why would you lie in the first place then? Hemorrhage, broken vertebrae, unfall from... But his neck looks fine.
Objection.
No. I don't know where we're going with this. This is the screwdriver part. Unless we have to... Oh, wait. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe I'm missing something. The note, maybe. Maybe the note. Let me double check. Maybe the note. A tight... I think tightrope. Tightrope works.
Hold it.
Alright, arranged. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea who was behind it? There are a few people that in the know already happened to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? A flashback could also be a bundled rope. Ah. The Professor's secret's my only concern. The horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be in immeasurable damage as a result of this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model, where then was the victim's body. Actually, wait. Wait a minute. I mean, if it fell and then fell backwards, I guess. Let's double check this last statement.
Hold it.
The entire team in perverting the core of justice? My team consists of the very best investigators there are, and demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider our conduct exemplary. Ugh. To see the point now, it wasn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? I don't know, the weird part is even the... Okay, we know the... It's this thing. Cause of death was neck trauma. Has been sort from... Okay, maybe the stabbing then. Maybe we changed it to the getting stabbed. Merely carrying out the engineer's instructions. His words. Fabricate some evidence to make it clear Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. So you went without any of your team to where Asmund had fallen. That's right. I mean, actually, wait. I guess it's like, why would the... Why would you leave the screwdriver on the stage then? It was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as a cause of death. Real cause being the fall, of course. Something in his testimony that's weird. Whatever you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant. So could you change your supplementary testimony? Very well. I don't know. Like, what's wrong? I don't know what's wrong. Let me save so we have both scenarios, so we don't have to go back and forth. Let me save this. This version is screwdriver. This version is the neck trauma. But why would it be?
Objection.
No, I was gonna go with like why is the screwdriver found on the stage then? If she stabbed him, like why not leave it with him? Leave it in the body. But don't leave it inside the body. I'm confused now.
Objection.
No. I don't know. I'm confused now. Like, there's nothing wrong about her saying that though. But he's saying, there's something weird. Oh, unless we have to press it. Maybe.
Hold it!
So it was you stabbed Asmund with this. Yes, as far as you're in this section, I assure you. No precision required. Well, welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instruction I do given. As unflinching as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove that weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay, is there anything really weird about her stabbing him though with with it though? I don't know. This is weird. I don't get it. There's something weird, but I don't see it. The impact of the fall was stabbed in the chest of a sharp object. Well, I mean, the stabbing was to implicate. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what it was. I really don't know. Oh wait, because the hole was there in the first place. So if he died by that, then why would he go in there? He should know the scheme. I think that's it. It's because the hole was there in the first place. It's not like it was a... There's a good chance that Asmund would have known. So why would he go into something that he know he'd die from? I guess.
Objection!
No. Oh, come on. What the hell is this? I'm confused what the hell this is then. Let me press it just in case. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck? Yes. As a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim though, would you? Gone to whenever you... did anyone mention how prophetic our man knew about the bomb? Like... It's not really a thing we can bring up. It's like, it blew up and it's like, we can't do anything about that, pretty much. So, him blowing up the exhibit doesn't really matter in the sense of the trial because like, it's gone now. All it is that we weren't able to prove whether it would have worked or not. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine actual facts. Yeah, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to testimony. Okay, I think this is the one. Her assessment into question. I think it's this one then. It must be. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight.
Objection!
I'm confused on this part. I don't know what's the line of thinking here. It's like she's... Yeah, this one's sus, but I don't know what exactly it is. I'm gonna check then. I'm just confused on like, what's the angle we're going for here? I'm just confused on the angle we're going for entirely. Yeah, let me check. I'm just confused about the... I'm really confused on like the angle we're going for with this. Let me check. I'm just confused, so let me check. Okay, let me check. I'm just really confused on like where we're going with this. Like, there's something sus, but like, I don't know what evidence to present, really. Great Departed Soul, Part 4. Oh, that's not a guide. Whoops, that's a summary. Oh, okay. What? Never mind. I don't know what's inconsistent. Like, it does show the stabbing, unless it's like, why didn't you leave the? Okay, I get. Okay, I think I was right on my thinking that why did you not leave the screwdriver in the body? But it's like, I was using the screwdriver as evidence. The photograph shows that it's not in the body, so why did you take it out? I think that makes sense now. It reminds me of Daggerfall, where leveled up hands randomly of any skills. So sleeping or sliding could level up. I see. Alright, that's it. Because why'd you take out the screwdriver? I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to extremely uncomfortable truth. Oh, new theme. What's the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? Alright, I was confused. Like, I knew, like, it was like, why did you take out the screwdriver? But it's like, I guess this is the thing. Dr. Scythe, that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and the photograph. It shows the victim in a birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing you can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe the weapon had to be removed so we could distract depends on the wound. Ha! Where in the photograph would you see the alleged inconsistency of the statement? Yeah, like the stab, the wound.
Take that!
Look close at the blood stain on the victim. Oh, right, because it was taken out. Clearly extends the downwards direction, towards the man's feet. Oh! Okay. Right, that makes sense. Because, like, if he was already laying down, why would the blood go downwards? And why is that significant, Counsel? Why are you laughing at that? Did you take first aid lessons? Not really, no. I never took first aid lessons. I know about the whole don't take out stuff from the, wound. I mean, more like, why would they disinfect the body? He's dead. Why would they disinfect the body? Why would they disinfect the body if he's dead? If they killed him, you don't kill someone and then be like, oh shit, infections, time to clean up the wounds. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, as entirely expected. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Syfe made it very clear in the testimony just now that the point at which he stole Hayburn's screwdriver and... Yeah, he got man injured. They need to remove the weapon so they could stop the bleeding and check for any risk. Oh yeah. In a hospital setting, sure, that's fine. Yeah, if they're injured and they're in hospital already. But like, if you're stabbed, don't take out the blade until after you have medical attention. Yeah. Yeah, if he fell, it was after the grand reception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage. From the shape of it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. If the victim had been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wounds would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed longitudinal experience in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Syfe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Syfe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber, as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim you offered a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of these claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us is, there's only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Syfe's story is shown to be a lie with a contradiction? The stabbing. Or do you mean which? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, you can be sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have been fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. Alright, yeah. When the birdcage fell from the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Yeah, he's fine. Because, like, yeah, why would he be involved in a scam that would kill him? Asmund didn't die in the fall. Like, why would he die if he was part of the scam all along? He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. Oh, then Scythe killed him. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. I see. That makes sense. Mr. Odie Asmund's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. And now she's in the worst crime because she killed someone. Order, order, order. Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting by being an accomplice in Drebber's schemes, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I'll do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruto's established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? As I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Asmund? Asmund was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There is no known connection to Dr. Scythe here. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's something in the back of my mind. I feel I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Why? Why? Why you've done this? Why? I don't know. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have wanted for killing Asmund, making sounds, pretty much like... not sure. Something did come to mind. I mean, unless we use the newspaper again. What was it, Council? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Yesterday. There's a particular object that explains why Scythe wanted to kill Asmund. Scalpels? What? Why would we... What? Hold on. When we questioned... No. This is... When you questioned... What? Why'd you kill him for scalpels? The screwdriver? Yeah, it is, yeah. It is, yeah, yeah. Or it's like the winning one. The winning version. Is it scalpels? Like, you bought 500 scalpels. Did you want to make him into a body to, like, examine? Scalpels? It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Ah. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You come on, out with it. I guess yeah, from what we saw yesterday, we didn't see the mask yesterday, so that's a question. You just didn't visit your lab. Look at this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Spending? Oh, a cover-up? Oh, what is it? It's clear that the team purchased various equipment and supplies on that monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? We're buying 500 scalpels every month. What, is this like a laundering scheme? You're stealing money. 500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. Oh, it's not scalpels, it's money laundering. And the scalpels are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation to find out where it's going. Would be extremely straightforward. I see. She's getting extorted by Asmon, so she figured, you know what? I'm gonna kill you here. Bye, Asmon. 10 years ago, when Asmon was still a journalist, and wrote this article by Drebber, he may have stumbled upon information as he was researching a story. Information relating to Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her. Oh, I see. She was extorted by him. Her darkest secret. Good lord, you mean... I don't even know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly, the opportunity to get rid of yourself for that menace was too tempting to pass up. So, in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Asmon in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Okay, that works out. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Alright, there's like a bigger thing at play though, that's for sure. There's something much bigger at play. Why was it covered up? Who is the professor? And he was just shot. Like, I think by accident, probably. He didn't mean to get killed. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart from the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court what truth will happen. Come on, bring her down with you. Come on. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, and your consternation now, however. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you for these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really? It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact that they don't have the talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on about their... I get that feel though. Like, by all means, even if it is strange, like, go for it. Try and prove it. They go on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shine like a child's. And he's just jaded now. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. A revenge for the future that Asmon's article had deprived you of for 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmon, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. Oh, it's intimidation. You used it for intimidation. The condemned convict you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of these events were all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge that had happened. I see. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required you to abduct a particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Side to be precise. Understandable. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my service as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy, being appointed head of new forensic team. When I learned the news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. Damn, my guy was like instantly on that. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I want to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd have to suffer. Understandable. Not the right thing, but at the same time, yeah, you just got screwed over by everyone involved. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gains. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Oh yeah, Albert. Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but he had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew it. You knew that he'd forever be branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly years ago. We have this like another case of like, yeah, hypocrisy. Like we had also Ashley Graydon, where like he becomes as bad as McGill did for like framing someone and then doing all that sort of stuff. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left you in tatters. Influence of prime time management. If I haven't got a scalpel, then please remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Alright, are we going to see the professor's face now? Lord Van Zeeks, will of this Dr. Scythe. An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. This monopoly invests inside some property, start a corporation, make a logo, do it properly. Ha! She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, there's a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor... Hold on, one sec. Check out. For now, Professor Harebrain... Oh, yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of guilt. Ah. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been mean. I mean, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. Ah, come on, you can do more. And the worst of it is the process. I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and you and his alone. This outcome of his fate is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeeks, and derision from which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. Ah, he's pretty sweet. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. Ah, no one has the right to deride another for such choices. Ah, oh. Do you sell scalpels? We sell... Ha. Thank you, Baroque. Ah, he's sweet. So, ladies and gents of the jury. Yes, my lord. Okay, this took 7 hours, so yeah. Good thing I started early. Good thing I started early. Is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused? Presume there are no objections. None from me. Curiously not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done, easy. It's all over. I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Come on, can we take a look at the professor now? Can we open him up? Can we see his face? Can we see his face now, please? Court is adjourned. Come on, let's see his face as a final cliffhanger. It's over. That was some trial. October 24th, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Zato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you. Every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, what can I do? Aha. How about this, as a memento? The paper for my hypothesis is inside. Well, just take it as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition while I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Oh, he's saying leave the country now. Like, I don't want you to die, I guess. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Baroque. I'm sorry for you to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind the bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I hear that right? I always knew you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I already purchased the tickets. But, no, hold on, Baroque. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No, no sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Oh, is that why... Maybe, I don't know, maybe Van Zieks wanted, what's it called again? Gregson to go to France, maybe. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Zieks? What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yeah, he's scared about the curse. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago. He asked how Natsumi was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at that time. And thinking it was nice of him to ask. He's worried. Jeez. But yeah, Zeeks is worried about them. The point is Natsumi is still alive and well. Even though it's been a month, more than 6 months now since his stood trial with Reaper. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern for up to now. But, of course, we know that both Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Oh, even he's scared of the curse. But, Baroque... Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. No, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. I guess maybe he organized Gregson's transfer to Paris, maybe. Best wishes, Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Almost like Zeeks knows something, and his friends and emotions and his wife, terrible neighbors, weekly barterings, all that wine. Ha! I thought you gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh, the head. Is it still there? Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Alright, let's talk. The Enigma, Baron von Zieks. Gotta get a katana. Ha! What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer waits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Alright, unless, like, he wants to reveal, Kazuma's face. Iris, cover me. 4:58 PM, the Old Bailey, courtroom. Oh, the prisoner. The thing. Come on. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from great injustice. Yeah, I think so. I'm relieved at least that man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Oh, okay. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led you to your dislike of my race. I don't like enemies. Only katana is cool. Will you please tell me what happened? The professor was Japanese, I guess. I thought I'd never hear his name in the courtroom again, to be honest. He took away your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. Ah, there was an exchange program between Britain and other nations then too. They shared knowledge and ideas. As part of one of the programs, sad backstory. I mean, it's been alluding to this for a long time. 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. 3 students from... Okay, yeah. We had Mikotaba, we had the judge guy, and then 1 mysterious person from Japan. Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotaba well. I'll be off. On and off. Forgot about him and didn't know. Fair. Had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Oh, okay. It was the Japanese guy, the 3rd one, who's the professor, I imagine. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer. It was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man just never ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight over time. In plain sight? Oh, that's why Mikotaba knows then, yeah. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? A period of extreme sensitive diplomacy between Britain and Japan. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. Ah, yeah. If the public knew the identity of the killer, not only would that treaty have been in jeopardy, but 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Alright, it's time.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Okay. It's like... I mean, to be fair, it was during, like, peace treaty stuff.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
I like his voice. Or is it Kazuma's father? Maybe. Maybe Kazuma's father. It's a Japanese dude.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before.
Alright, I've never seen this guy before, but okay. He's Japanese.
Was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face.
That face. Who is it?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Is it Kazuma's father? Kazuma's father? Kazuma's father. I guess that's why Kazuma was like justice seeking and stuff.
Father.
What? Father?
Maybe that's what his whole plan was, to discover the truth about his father. And justice system. I see. He got his memory back at least.
Kazuma!
Alright, he's
My
back.
best friend, Kazuma Asogi.
Asogi.
After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Alright.
As he stood there before me,
Come on, any friendly reunion? Come on, I'm back, my friend. Come on, please.
Ryunosuke.
Oh, this is not dead
Hello
now.
again.
I can't use him in thumbnails though. I can't use Kazuma for any thumbnails. It's a big spoiler. I can't put that in the thumbnail. Maybe the masked
My
man, but
friend.
not Kazuma's face. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you.
So are we sure we can't see his face? We'll see, we'll see. Depends what I want to do with it.
Thank you for guiding my friend here
Okay,
when I could not.
he's not become like massive cynical, I hate everything, at least.
It was an honor.
Was acting Pog, yeah.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily.
Yeah, so did I. Like, he died too easy, like, he got his neck snapped.
I owe you thanks too.
Also, like, this is like skin tight. He's built. He looks built.
For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
Oh, the sword, yeah.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
You wouldn't have killed you. If London can't kill you, neither can...
When we left Japan,
Yeah.
this sword was at my friend's side.
Well, not London. He got killed on the ship. Well, oh, supposedly.
The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened,
One sec. Give me a second. One sec. Alright. Let's wrap this up. Good thing I started early.
It was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Alright, take back the sword. I wonder how Van Zeeks is feeling. Like, my apprentice is the guy, is this dude that killed my brother.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time?
You knew? I mean, obviously his father's gone. Like, my father goes on a trip, and it's like, he's not back. I wonder what happened.
I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it.
Unless he was framed. It turns out he didn't do anything. And it turns out he was framed for murder. That could be the case, maybe. Like, this guy didn't actually do anything. And he was framed for murder.
This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
We're gonna... Hey, that's property. Or is Van Zeek gonna intercept the blade? Alright, fine. Alright, cool. That's that. I mean, you have to be willing to pay for destroying the sculpture.
Kazuma-sama.
Oh wait, but his death was faked though. I guess it's like he died in an accident. Like, he was meant to be faked his death so that he'd return to Japan. He's gone. He's back to Japan. We're all fine. But then he got killed. By a gunshot by accident. Well, not accident, but like unintentional gunshot.
We have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
Alright, sure.
I'll be seeing you.
Alright, guess back to your office and then... Cool. To Spells is gonna be pissed, but...
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So, he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Strongheart do that? Just taking the piss. Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too. Just taking the piss, innit? Like, here's the son of the guy who killed your brother. Obviously not, but like, there's probably more to it. Kazuma, you could have got me some tea. You know what it's like to live in some attic. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. I guess we're chill now. To some extent. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Damn, jeez. Poor Susato-san, all this is tied up with the painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study on one day. He told me a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that his friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. He was starting to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. So, you see, that's how he and I met. Okay, yeah.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
I mean, it's not like he's gone. We know he's alive at
But
least.
in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
Okay.
As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life.
I think Naruhodo is normal. Like, Naruhodo is just a guy. I think Naruhodo is just normal. He's just a guy. Nothing like special backstory, like background-wise. He's just a dude.
In some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Alright. And, alright, good thing I started early. Good thing I started early, since this case ended up being 7 plus 6. 13 hours in total. Yeah, good thing I started early on this. Good thing I started early. Twisted Karma and its last bow. Alright, we'll do this next time. Episode 4, Twisted Karma and the Last Bow. We'll do this next time we stream the game. It was indeed a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement and a commonplace killing at the edge of town. Alright, let's see how this goes. And then finally, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. But yeah. Next week, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Obviously 2 of these. I'm not streaming Saturday next week. I've got stuff going on Saturday next week, so maybe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, maybe. I'll see. Not to end the stream. What's up? The world is yours. Step on the stage to a round of applause. You're a liar, a cheat, a devil, a whore, and you so scoured by the seashore. Nice poem. Alright. But yeah, we got a fair chunk to do. We got not a fair chunk, but yeah. Good idea to start early, I feel, with this. It's a song, but thank you. Let's replace seashell with scalpels. Ah. It sounds familiar somewhere. It sounds from. That was just like seashells by the seashore. That's different. That's a different thing. But yeah. That's a different thing. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah. Alright. But that'll be over today. Looking forward to how things turn out with this case and whatnot. Looking forward to it. Next week, not sure yet. Obviously, Ace Attorney. We're done with Code Vein now, so I need to plan. I'm not streaming Saturday, so I might do Ace Attorney Thursday, Friday. If I stream Wednesday something and then Sunday something, we'll see. Explain supply and demand by talking seashells and I see. I see. That explains it. I see. It sounds familiar. That sounds familiar from somewhere. It sounds familiar. Tons of 2 Ace Attorney series going on as once has risen. I mean, I've played the old Ace Attorney games like years ago. So I don't think I don't know. I'm still debating whether I do the Apollo Justice trilogy when that comes out, because I know I remember Case, Apollo Justice, and the other one. But yeah, we'll see. Use a controller so DS time now, I suppose. No, I don't have that ready to stream with it. But yeah, I don't know. I need to think what we're gonna do. I need to think about it. And also what games I want to start next. Like obviously we have this to wrap up. After this game, I know I'm gonna do Somnium Files 2. Just that I don't want to have two like story heavy, as in like visual novel-ish games at once. I guess that makes sense. We'll see. So I want to do something maybe short games or I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I don't even know yet myself. ARG, yeah. I'll do the ARG stuff off stream. I'll look into that off stream, so I know what's going. I know about it by the time I stream AI2. But yeah. Cheers for coming and looking forward to more of this at some point. Yeah. You can find the wiki. Yeah. I'll look into it. But yeah, catch you next time. Bye bye for now. Schedule whenever. No stream Saturdays since I'm busy that day. Probably. Yeah, I think I'm busy that day. We'll see. But yeah, catch you sometime. And hit the outro the second time this stream. Sure, one time in your head. Bye for now.